2 minutes. Two minutes, people. 2 minutes, people. Saturday. Stupid ass room. Weird. Nice thing going in the refrigerator. No, that's it. I know they hear me though. 2 minutes, people. You heard me? There we go. Well, it's 2 minutes. Here we go. All right, y'all seen the title? Get these copyrights out. Welcome to my channel. Yep, the Verbanado channel. Here we go. Copyright disclaimer under Section 106 of the Copyright Act of 1996. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right. Y'all know the drill. The invasion. President Putin. If ashes were diamonds, will you scoop them up? If ashes were diamonds, will you scoop them up? Hey, y'all, that's a heavy subject. Y'all know what I mean about that. Y'all want to know. Okay, I'm going to get right to the point. I'm not going to be long. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. I'd like to give my condolences to all the people in the Ukraine. And, it's a humanity thing. That's all it is. Humanity. And I would like for it to be likewise. And also help those African students get to the destination. Stop treating them like second-class citizens. Get them out of there. Okay, Mr. Putin. Whenever you make your mind up, come over here, give me some money for this gas. After a while, gas is gonna be $5 a gallon. Okay. To the president of the Ukraine. Ceasefire, I know ceasefire. Success at the meetings, at the round table, I know success. What is it gonna be? Then we can play $10 for gas, $10 a gallon. Allegedly. There we go. Lights are on. Lights are on. Okay. If ashes were diamonds, will you scoop them up? What I mean by that, Mr. President Putin, is the Ukraine is a very pristine and precious natural resources of a country. So, as in you, they got the message. Neo-Nazis, whatever. Neo-Nazis, insurgents, get the hell out. We don't want no more dead babies laying on the street. No dead babies. Okay? So the propaganda say 4,000 versus say 400 expired humans. Allegedly. As news sources say. Allegedly. So, Mr. Putin. President Putin. I ain't mad at you. We ain't mad at you. We ain't about to pay $10 a gallon for 1987 unleaded gasoline. They don't get the message. You get the message. We're like 13 days in, maybe 14. That's about 2 weeks. So, as an educated guess, it's about to wind it up. Okay? From me to you. Somebody that ain't mad at you. Don't turn an invasion into all-out war. Allegedly. Neo-Nazis, insurgents, allegedly, get the hell out. That's what he want. Do what the man say. Get the hell out of the Ukraine. Allegedly. We over here in the great US of A. We don't need no backdraft. Okay? We ain't mad at you. We don't need no poison in the air, no biological leftovers, spillover, germ warfare. We don't need none of that shit. Allegedly. We're not dumb. We're highly intelligent. We're not weak. We're very strong. We're about to do good. We're recuperating. Very strong from the corn on the cob stick. We don't need no more bull chips. Okay? Allegedly. Like I said, Come over here. Give me $5 for $1. $5 for a gallon of gas. Allegedly. You're 2 weeks in. We ain't mad at you. Let me take that back. I ain't mad at you. And a whole number of more people. Enough is enough. What's the end game? Ukraine is not a third world country. Don't crumble it into ashes for the little kids walking over burnt matchsticks. That's my hypothetical fairy tale thesis. It's the slogan. Ukraine is not a third world country. We don't want the children trembling all over ashes for days, months, years, and years. Ukraine is not a third world country. You never hear about it on the map. Most of the people don't know about it because they don't study their geography in class, out of class, or in the car, nowhere. Okay? If ashes were diamonds, will you scoop them up, Mr. Putin? For me, hell yeah, I'll scoop them up. I know the value of Ukraine. I see Midtown. I see that statue with that tall eagle up there. Pure solid gold. Can't fool me. Very rich nation. Country, excuse me. Country inside of Russia. The Russian Federation. Independent of NATO as of now. And you're trying to get rid of the neo-Nazis and the insurgent. Allegedly. Okay. We don't need more dead babies. Why do you think the African kids travel to Ukraine and go to school? Must be cheap for them. And they're very welcoming to them. They travel all the way from Africa to go to the Ukraine for their studies. The native Africans. I see them all over the YouTube. It's a long way. But Ukraine is a beautiful country. Hi guys, let me stop putting the shutters on. So, Mr. Putin, President Putin, stop listening to the propaganda of your haters. Not America. You might got people in the media stirring up propaganda. That's how they make money. I ain't mad at you. You're gonna be mad at you. You're paying $10 a gallon for gas. Mad as in frustrated. Not mad as in because of hate. Allegedly. Okay? So, not gonna be long. Ukrainian fighters, you got to bow down to them, even though they're not more than the Russian Federation army. They're not. But they put up a hell of a fight. So, Mr. Putin, get your mind together. We don't need to be paying $20 worth of gas for 1 gallon. $20. Okay? We're not slandering. Well, I'm not slandering. This is my channel. I don't know about other people slandering. They might be dumb. Slandering for what? Because they don't even know you. But for me, it's time to stop. It's time to stop it. People not animals in Ukraine. We don't need dead babies split wide open on the street. Freaking human. And that's what that racist stuff, you can call it what you want to call it. Okay? Yeah, you might see through the eyes and you see through the heart. Yeah, you got some evil ass people out here. But when it all boils down to it, we're human beings, as in human beings. Human beings on Earth, on Terra Earth. But Mr. Putin, some people might not respect what you do. Hey, I don't even know you. But I know you as in a public figure ever since I was in school. I know you. I ain't never have a bad word to say about the man. I don't even know him like that. But I studied him while I was in school. But I know he came a long way from the lower ranks of the KGB. I studied that. Some people don't waste their time studying it because they probably, they don't know where to start. But I do. When I used to come home from school, I used to lay down on the sofa and watch C-SPAN all the way to the evening time. Goddamn, fall asleep. You know what C-SPAN is? Nothing but news, politics. And I used to go to the library, read all different type of books about politics and stuff, all other kind of stuff. So, to the president of Ukraine, yeah, we know you're putting up a fight. But the big man wants some answers. He want to know if his neo-Nazis over there or not. He's trying to weed them out. You think the man mentally disturbed or something? Allegedly. You think it's just propaganda that he's speaking? Allegedly. I hope not. We don't need to be paying them $10 for $1 gallon. I'm going to say 1 gallon of gas. We don't need that. So, it's Putin. President Putin. President Putin. Don't turn into a full-fledged war. There's somebody in there. That's a Russian name right there. Welcome to my chat. President Putin. It's time to end it now, They got the message. once the bear strikes, you leave a heavy mark. A bear in the woods is one of the ferocious animals you ever want to come across. The bear is formidable, because you got some heavy weaponry on you. That bear is going to be formidable. So, President Putin, that's my nickname I gave you, the bear. And we already know the Russian army is formidable. And you got human lives of the politics of the thing you just invaded in your backyard, Ukraine. So the end game is the end. The end of the war. Allegedly. Nope, not the war, the invasion. It's 2 weeks in. The gig is up. Don't turn the invasion into a full-scale war. All kind of propaganda in the media, boastfulness, it make you do stuff without thinking. Okay, I'm gonna end this in a minute. My famous quote, Confucius. A fool never changes his mind, but a wise man always changes his mind. So, which one are you? President Putin? I already answered that. I already gave you the props. But don't take my kindness for weakness. Just because I got admiration for you. Hell, I don't know you like that. I just seen you as coming up as a kid. And as of now, okay, the gig is up. It's time to be over with. Don't turn the war, the invasion, into war raw. Don't turn the invasion into raw, unstoppable war. So that's raw war spelled backwards. We don't need no raw, heavy casualties of innocent human lives. Your message has been sent by the pigeon of peace on the maritime seas. So, 2 weeks is enough. Hell, you might cuss me out. Like it's food on the hell he talking about. You might say the Russian stuff, Just get fed in the hell he talking about. That's a joke. I'm not stopping. But hey, you need to stop. We need thousands of dead babies laying on the cement of the Ukraine in Midtown. Mr. Putin, President Putin, excuse me for that. The babies haven't done a thing to nobody. Don't take my rising my voice as aggressiveness. That's how I speak on this YouTube social media channel. It's just, entertainment. But this is real life here, We don't need thousands and thousands of dead babies laying in the square of Ukraine, Midtown, the governmental square. Invasions only last 1 week or 2. Anything after that is an all-out, full-scale war. Everybody have brains in the fight. We know you got brains. You want to be one of the richest men on earth. So don't listen to the propaganda. Don't drink the spoiled milk that the propagandists around you are telling you. Ain't nobody mad at you. Well, the propagandists might be. I damn sure. I don't know you like that. I ain't got no reason to be. I just don't want to pay $50 for 1 gallon of gas. Okay? I don't want to see hundreds and hundreds of dead babies lying in the middle of Midtown Governmental Square in the Ukraine. So you get that through a mouth, I'm just saying that. Allegedly, non-aggressively, just speak. Okay? It's about time to end it. So that's what we are wishing for. If ashes were diamonds, will you scoop them up? And you know what ashes I'm talking about. And the diamonds are the people. Got it. So now you see the very smartness of my brain. If ashes were diamonds, as in people, will you scoop them up? Help them. Can't kill all of them. Can't start a World War III. They're innocent people. They haven't done nothing to you. That's non-aggressive towards you as a public presidential speaker. Okay, folks. Got a call. It's freaking telemarketer. You hear that? Sorry, people. I hate telemarketers, okay? Sorry about that. I hate telemarketers. They're always freaking calling your damn phone. You can't stand these people. You can't get them off the damn line. Sorry about that, y'all. Now they freaking out. It was a damn fax machine at first. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. The person in there, I know it's one person, but anyway. I say kudos to you. You got the balls to come in and watch. A lot of people just scared, For the stuff that I say, I should have like 1,000 people in here listen to the stuff that I say. I'm not afraid to say it, And everybody that come from the Ukraine, I know they got a Starlink. They should press that, subscribe button. Pretty sure 1,000 people see it. I know they're in distress, But anyway, it's not neither here nor there. I don't worship that right there. Just press the like, share, and subscribe, to you, whatever. But okay, where I started at as a telemarketer. Okay, end it. Okay. As I was saying, the end game, the war, we hear you. We got you. You did a lot. We don't need thousands of dead babies, blood splattered all over, government square, Ukraine. We don't need it. Babies have done nothing to nobody. They're just innocent babies, Babies can be from 1 to freaking, 50. I call them babies. How about that? And the diamonds, the ashes, is ashes with diamonds for the people. Who you scoop them up. So that's what I was talking about. If ashes were diamonds, will you scoop them up? So in war, you don't have nothing but ashes left. So the diamonds, I was calling the people. So will you scoop the people up and help them? Because they don't have no armor tanks to fight against nobody. They don't have no weapons. Most, the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, he do. But you gotta protect yourself. You can't let somebody just come and execute him. Can't be no freaking fool and sit and duck. Everybody have a right to protect themselves, no matter what wrong or right they, might have did with, and governmental issues, might be things that happen, like it's not for me to say, like things that go wrong. But anyway, for me, I just want to see, the thing in there. I don't want to see the invasion turn into like a 30-year war, like it fought in Afghanistan, because this is not a war of attrition. This is just an invasion in your own backyard. I said it before in one of my streams. I say it again for all the educated people in the military in Russia Federation. This is not a war of attrition. Go look it up on your smartphone. I know you know the books of war. This is open your back door, travel about 30 to 40 minutes or hour or 2 hours or less, and you're in Ukraine from Russia, Moscow. Okay? You're not fighting a foreign, alien person or people from another planet. This is Ukrainians, Russians, all mixed together, right in your backyard. They are your people. Okay? Yeah, I know you say you're going to have less collateral damage as possible, but collateral damage can turn into a zealous boast of addiction to fight. Once you get in war, it's unstoppable until the heads come together and say, stop. It's adrenaline, it's tunnel vision, it is war machines triggered by humans against each other. It's not neither who is right or wrong. Somebody is going to die. Get it? The machines don't kill the people. The people kill the people. The machines can't shoot by themselves. It's the people who had a pledge to do that, as in the soldiers. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know war is stupid. But sometimes it happens. Okay? But for the babies, totally innocent. What can they do? Why should they be murdered? Thousands of bloody babies in the street. Babies ain't dead nothing to nobody. All right? I gotta go. Wish I could stay longer. But I'm gonna just end this stream for now and come back to it. End this stream and come back to it. This stream will not totally be in. It will just be, I'm gonna come back to it. I'm gonna stop from there and come back later. All right. Thank you. I know that's a Russian name. Joe J. Goller. Man, I can't pronounce that name. Jegor Kabdula. Kaluya. Thanks for that one little person right there in the chat. Hope you're here for goodness or not, badness, I know by now, you probably for goodness, Thank you for the chat. I'm about to end the chat, but it ain't gonna end. I'll be back. All right. Thank you for coming. All right. I don't even know how to pause my chat. Y'all see me talking? Okay, I'll pause it. Yep. There we go. So that way you'll get to see. All right, that's what you'll see. I'm about to step up out of here. That's what you will see. I gotta go. I'll be back. I'm finna step across the here, people. Y'all might still be able to hear me. Ain't going yet. Straighten the chairs up. I'll be back a little bit later. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
lose that thermal. And so I think there's a bunch of people walking around terrified of this appearance of scarce. And it's not. And you know, it's not, there's nothing scarce about everything is like affordable. I mean, we printed more money since the last 150 than it printed in the last 100 years. Since I saw it. So everybody should have that. And I know people are scared of the bubble. They're like, oh my God, things happen. Real estate's too much. Stop it too much. None of this stuff is going on equal to the amount of money. So if the print is this high, yeah, if the print is that high and inflation, which we're hearing about all the time, is this high, you have to assume it would have had at least this one here. But that's what we do is people understand when you print this much money, you need to multiply that time. Because money's printed. When you take the money to the bank, when I take the money, you're going to give me this straight to the bank. And I take it to the bank, now, as soon as it goes into the bank gets notified, and the bank not going to be able to on that money. I got it. So they have to keep money. Okay, so if you put $1 million in the bank, they're going to make $9 million a month. No, they don't. Well, that's what they're about to get by regulation. They can take $1 million that you get. That's why they want to lock it. And they can go give $9 million loans within a year, 2 years. When it's right in second, one day they can go out and pay. When you, this is what you understand. This is what our parents did. Okay, so Bob goes down, Bob goes down, and work. Maybe he really was 200. Maybe they're 100, Hustle. So, trade the most valuable. This right here is from 45 to 50 dollars. Spend my most valuable asset. You get money. Terrified every second. That's looking what's good at the it's terrible. But you don't know you're going to scare. So, I'm going to have to get money. I won't spend it. Because I'm terrified. I can't. I don't know how to get the word I can't forget it. So that I get the money and then I rush on it, spend my most valuable asset, and I'm in to bring it back. And the bank will walk. They're telling me to save it, and they don't. And so when I quit listening to everybody that's got an opinion about money online, or my neighbors, or my uncles, and I start saying, what if they do? When I was studying the influencers, who started studying the banks, Goldman, JP Morgan, KKR, there's just an endless list of these guys. You start studying those guys, Elon, study Elon. He thinks I'm a picture of which is probably right. So what is he doing? He reinvests everything. He's not paying debt off. He's an even But Apple has debt, Google has debt, Facebook has debt. They have cash reserves that are the biggest cash reserves on planet Earth. They can take cash for everything. Why do they get debt when they have exactly? Why do they do that? Because if I take money from my wife for you, so if I take Apple this business, okay, I got I want to make $90 billion. And yeah, we got cash for that. In fact, we have cash plus another 50%. We got plenty of cash. Okay, and one of the people said, okay, so you did that? That is not a tax amount. Okay. What we should do is we should go keep this and go borrow $9 billion. Then like 0.005%. But they're going to pay a half of 1%. For this debt. Maybe they pay 1%. Who cares? They're like, I'm going to get some tax deduction. So now they have the best book book. They have their cash and they have debt. Now, back when I was growing up, this debt was 10, 12, 15, 18% of this week. This debt. Money is not a skill. It's like a principle. Like when I was growing up, I bet you I heard at least with my mother from the age of 10 to 15. I didn't hear this 500 or 1,000 times. I never heard it. We don't own the electric company. Turn the lights out. Why? I still have that woman. My dad, my dad was prison work somewhere. But he was so like, he made it out of it. He got stuck in the 70s. You know, it's an emotional key. And so it's not a rational. It's a horrible. You know, still today now, it's a couple of about Luton's pronounced. I'm like, this is stupid. And you know what? I'm still waiting. Right? You know, so you know what I'm saying? But it's really stupid that you work. And I'm not saying we're coming up. I mean, you should work. But it needs to be when you turn to social. We can give, you said there's a lot of misinformation, and people just want to make it here on money and growing up. There's a lot of information. Misinformation is more, it's not a financial literacy, it's a financial, it's almost like we could hypnotize with the wrong set of rules. So you can only share 3 pieces of information for kids, for the younger generation, or advanced stuff on 40 overstate vehicles, 3 each year. Yeah, the change of a lot of different mindset around. Well, I think number one is there's a bigger problem with authority in this country with very spenders. But what we see is, what we hear is all the spenders who are getting into debt. Yeah, oh my God, you know, he did this, he's overspending. But really, we have one authority issue, and we have the spenders. It's number one. I think people care more with saving and not knowing how to use money than they did on buying pictures. You see all that. And I know these people are. I walked into Vegas and I sit down and say, well, Vegas, and I know the 3 guys playing. They're playing 10 times more than I am. They're playing $2,000 and playing $25. I'm like, I know I'm in a better position to play with them more than I can. So, what the advice I would give people is like, I would just assume that everything you know about money is every single thing. Just assume everything gets back to that. So that you can actually have a life, you can have a clean with the tolerate. Because if you go out right now and try to stack new information, financial literacy, you know, toxic foundation, it's all going to get all. That's why when I tell people to look at house, everybody freaks out. That can't be right. That can't be right. Why? It doesn't. You look at house, look at house. Now, everybody can start that's going to say, I just saw you buy a house in Alabama. I did it in my life. I think I'm very considerable. Except, I mean, I'm in a position now, like, I'm going to buy that house in Alabama. I can't look on the ground about buying a house in Alabama. You should want out straight off. You don't know anything too about it. I would invest everything that you do. Stack it up. You never lose it. You know, the business, personal appreciation always be different than any other asset. Bitcoin can't match it, real estate can't match it, but personal asset appreciation will always, it's infinite. You know, who knows, I could be the next nail or someone watching the next rock or whatever. What is that appreciation value? It's straight up. So the first thing people should invest money in, even use data, is their personal improvement. If you don't get $400,000 to go to one of your classes that are going to break, then you have any potential at all, like even a 1% chance of putting you on the road to break. It'll be like, you will give an extra piece of $1,000. I don't care what the rate is. Because they get that in return. You're going to be taking yourself. I said, number one, invest in yourself. Number two, I'm investing in your business. Whatever your business is, a good part of your division is, like, the first 30 years of my career, I didn't own a company, but I did invest in my part. Even though I worked for a company, I had secondary, I didn't have a company that was secondary. I wanted her working with my mom. And so, invest in yourself, you know, like invest in yourself, you invest in your business, in your part, your skill set. If it's your company, then invest in your company, even down to zero. But I would keep money. I wouldn't say for a rainy day, I wouldn't have an emergency. don't need it. You don't. What you need is you need hustle. You need other people's money. You need to not have them do what they did in the economy. You don't need reserves of money. So what you need is cash. Okay, so I need cash. We need money. That's necessary. There are other things that don't require my skill set. So that would be the third piece of advice. Start building real assets. That cash flow. Number two, that can appreciate. Three, that provide tax shelters. And if you look at those three criteria, Bitcoin doesn't cover it. Stocks probably doesn't cover it. Gambling doesn't. That one, gold doesn't, silver doesn't. Real estate, I believe. NFTs don't do that. That's why when you invest in the NFTs, you're like, okay, they're cool, they're costing your fingers open, but you don't see a check. With real estate, I'm sitting with a check every month, you're like, okay, I just got a check, I just got a check, I just got a check. But you don't have to be a mystery. But the most important thing is that people need the money. That you've got to know if you live in America, if you're having a money problem, it is not what you see. It's not what you're looking for. If you're losing at the table, there's other people win. Lose that money. And I would, Americans, particularly Americans, have the wrong thing. The financial, they have there's medical misinformation, there's financial misinformation in the marketplace. And it's perpetuated by banks and institutions. Because every time you operate under their hypnotism, so someone got $1,000 and how to walk the line what would be the step they would take? How long do you think it would take them from 1,000 to 10,000 to multiply? And would you say put that all in your own personal investment? Would you put it invest in the business that you're in? Would you invest in other things that cash flow appreciate like tax? $10,000, I would like just keep investing yourself into the other stuff. And invest in yourself. Not negative 2,000 invested in yourself. You should start making money faster. At some point, you should start, like, every time you make an investment in yourself, I put fuel in my car, supposed to pay you up. Right? So if I invest in myself, then, there's things I bought that I didn't get a return on right away. But I didn't put invested in a course or a workshop or a training for education because it didn't work. It didn't help. I spent 17 years going to school, none of it didn't work. But it did teach me how to go to school. How to study. How to study, how to go there, how to think, how to complete a course, how to complete college. I'm not proud of that. Now, there's an extent of ridiculous. I should have dropped out, but I knew it was bad. I just went and made a major in accounting. It's a good degree. It's not like this, business student, right? I should have dropped out. I should have 100%. I was still, but I never prided myself on my career. But the fun time was drugs. So, actual drug, I would have been on drugs, I would have been on. Because I would have had confidence in myself. When you're on drugs, you can't have confidence. Because you know your drug. So everything is set. It's like my self-esteem as well. But basically. And so I had to for college. But everybody around me, I didn't know if you're trying to get a drug. I'm like, what do I know for drugs? And if I drop out, I'm going to be free. And I got hired me. And I didn't really worry about it. Because, I didn't worry about that. I just didn't have the confidence to follow my intuition. You can't when you're not yourself. So what do you do with those things, right? That's the deal. So when you like focus on counting, okay, we didn't mess all that. But what we do is we start taking out the data and saying we don't invest. So I think people just need to get on that cycle of like, okay, I'm going to keep repeating the same thing. Reinvesting money in myself, go to a shop or whatever. Money I got in myself. Until, okay, now I got $4,000. Okay, now I got $5,000. Now the income starts. The income has to get up. The income should be an indication that whatever you're learning is helping. Until one day you're like, okay, I have more money here than I can actually invest in myself. I can't. There's nothing I can go to get rid of this money. You need to get rid now it's been money on marketing, getting more leads. I, biggest thing I did in my career is not spend more money on marketing. You turned what 50 when you started investing. I was 50, I was 51 when we started playing social media again, and I was probably 56, 55, 56 when we started spending money on marketing. But not what I started doing social media. Yeah. And I shouldn't have spent money. I shouldn't have spent money when I was 25 years old. When I was selling cars, I should have spent money. But I'm scared. So what I do now is scared 25 years later. I could be wrong. Start studying. Okay, what are all these successful people out there? Whether it's a mattress dealer, car dealer, furniture dealer, or doing all this. Spend money, spend a lot. And they don't worry about money the way I'm worried about it. They use money. They use it and say they didn't work money. And the greatest companies on this planet today, the ones that are just like some of these companies are awesome. Look at that. 1.7 billion. And that's pretty, I remember I looked at our shows and I thought we were looking at 240. Wow. I'm worried about saving. So when I quit studying individuals and started studying people, individually, when I quit trying to be that, when I quit worrying about what Bob was doing, Pete or whoever, I started saying, hey man, what is this kid doing? Because that also for me, you're being competitive with this and that Pete, and start saying, okay, I'm going to go do Coca-Cola. What about Coca-Cola? Yeah. All this. I studied Coca-Cola. They bought one. So then I learned how they write them off. And then I learned how to train them. So notice every 3 years I'm trading one. There's nothing up there. What we're going to use it for, they don't use it for pressure. They're not using it for influence. They're using it to go and set up headquarters in other countries. So that's when I look, if you're not first or last, when I started studying these companies, I'm like, cool, you can't go places. And I was like this kid. I was always thinking about what can I do. And they were thinking about how many shells can you do? Clean eyeball things. So that's what it all went to me. And if I go back and I think about the financial disinformation, who am I studying? And that when we started opening up the funds for deposit went to New York City to go walk the Goldman Sachs and take the markets for the funds. Going to walk in the city. Multi-hundred billion. And I walked in and I thought, oh my God, I just need this car to be the same. I mean, more than they don't already. They own the building, whatever. They come in, but they own the elevators go bigger than the street. Whatever. And 60 people down that elevator coming to the 120 floor. And then there were six of these elevators. People going up and down. Everybody was on, don't take people's money. Do not let investors make investment. Keep the whole building. Second up on the Goldman Sachs. Oh, I know it. That's all they did. Okay? And the difference is, what I did is, I could go to Goldman's house here, they could give me money. And I'm like, I'm not going to get money from them. Well, I'm going to do the paper. That's ridiculous. Exactly. For my friends, for people that follow me, for people that support me, that Goldman Sachs will give money to anybody. Okay? They don't know how to go to these people. They're not on this Facebook, TikTok. So I'm going to create a fund where I'm going to tell my audience, hey, who's you doing this? I'm going to kick Goldman out. Or JP or whoever. If there's lots of these stop hearing about that. I'm not saying they're down, but they're close. Okay? They're not going to call you and say, how do you do it? Without saying, hey, that's not what they do. Their job is to do it. So when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, BlackRock and they go, probably would be worth $20 trillion they say they'll own 99% of all gas in the they want to do that because they scale, right? Because they think big, so they're funding everything that happens on this planet with media and pharmaceutical. So you just when you're spending your rich on the neighbor in the street, the people's always something. When I started spending the companies, I was like, this is really create that kind of legacy wealth. And really help a lot of people. Because they are in a position to help a lot. That's the scale. It took you really 25 years to get to start thinking that right. If you weren't able to see yourself spending money for 25 years, because I was just trying to think about the grind was such a low level grind. Let's say that like say, here's what we did, we think that you would be able to get there faster when you feel like money only comes from you. We're ready to take it. We're ready to take on the risk with them. Serena will know the business. She won't get in the wrong one. I didn't know the people I got in when I was 28 years old. I could actually make $100,000 a year. Not going, tell me like I'm not getting $100,000. And it may bring me, they're going to be like, hey, this doesn't have $1 billion possibility. This is the wealth. Their kids see things differently. They're not doing it. Right. They're not completely wrong. Escape by whatever they want. And they'll see opportunities different. And when you see a possibility, then you're like, I'm not going to get the call now. I'm going to get a spaceship. So I was 28 years today, and I would know what industry operating. Without hedge funds happening, added value markets have to be a spaceship. And probably not something to do with stay on the organic alternative assets. So those are pretty asset space. Maybe financial, financial, that's very difficult. The disruption of the dollar. Money and work currency. So any that's going to happen. But the reason I'm good, that's like Japanese stuff. When I saw the first thing he was saying, he was studying how I think he was one of the big ones. So it's not foreign. They're foreign. And they sell some, he saw Harry Potter just there was a spike in the internet. Not all the thing. That's what he said. He followed track. I didn't ever follow track. He followed scaling possibilities. And then what he did, he followed this track of possibility, and he invested in possibility, and then he went into debt on possibility, and then he was willing to not get paid any money. What did I do? I need money today. I gotta have money this week. I need to have a little more money next week. If I get a little more money after that, I'm saving up. And then I'm gonna do that again. And I'm gonna think about it. I'm keep thinking about it. I don't even know how much money next week. We don't know anybody who works hard and right hard. And as soon as he gets up the bag, he brings it to us. What do they do? Hey, I want one fund. And I'll repeat that for another $1 million. What about a family that's like, I really feel comfortable having some money in your savings plan. Here's all the bills. Yeah. When he says something like, I see where they're from, but they're going to go back home. Yeah, well, then keep, money that you make from the state. Look at the stat information. The money that you have saved in the last 6 months is only dropped. money that you got 100 grand, I got to have 6 months of savings, and 4,000 bills, 4 or 5,000 bucks, and I got to have 30 grand. Not even 30, but they really have 180. So first of all, I guarantee they have what they don't, because they're looking at it there. It's not a lot. You say it's a lot. I mean, 6 months, but you got 3 times more than that. Number one. Number two, you've never had an emergency unless you go to the very few people ever have. Everybody hears about it. Oh, yeah, my God, I got to buy this happened, blah, blah, blah. But if you had assets, if you had been investing in assets, you can always use those assets for the life. So if you just saw now cancer surgery, you have a lot out of 100%. Or if you just took the money you had earned and keep reinvesting in assets that pay, not assets that you wish one day would pay, but assets that pay your money. If you keep up investing in that asset class, one day your cash flow will be your emergency. My emergency account last month paid me millions. My cash flow, and I can read cash flow. That's no work. That's not 1 second of one day. Okay, and that happens every single time. But that's been because I made a bunch of investments for the last 25 years. Right? At the end of every year, I dump all my cash out every year. I'm like, you need to get as close to zero and replace it with assets. Then in January, like I'm in December, January, and you don't have to be a big thing. So you can get rid of all that asset. So I'm not going to buy the cup. There's a cup for me. So December, I had a bunch of money. So I'm like, make a deal. So you went in, that's the next thing. Take that cash, that core thing you have on that surplus money. So if I can't buy 2 of these, I don't know. If I can't write off some portion of it, I'm not going to. If I can't go down and pass the income, I'm not going to. So those are my criteria for financial investments, right? And it needs the cash flow. So I took a bunch of this cash and sitting here, just deteriorating, not providing good savings. And took it and put it into this asset. People are like, it's stupid, ridiculous, you think that was money, but okay. We'll see, you know? So I buy this thing will provide a little income. I think this year I'll make $3 million on this thing. Cash, how much you have to put down, and you're like, well, I'm not going to cash this stuff. So the reason I did it is not because this is a great thing, but this is a terrible thing. Keeping it cash, keeping cash is garbage. This $90,000 is probably one of the worst investments I've done. Okay? But I had a bunch of surplus cash. I had already bought, December we bought almost 2,000. If I could have got another part, I would have bought another part. But I couldn't. I couldn't find another deal. I still had some money left over at the end of the year. This is the thing that I, end of the year, dumped out. Literally, flush the toilet to do something. So every day I look at my savings account. Okay? It's not because I'm worried about it more. I know for sure the money's going down. Everybody knows that. Your money is losing, right? It's dropping down and down. What you were told is 100 grand is not 100 grand. That's not even money to do. It's 100 less than 11,000. So what was that? It'd be 34% of the second. It's going down 34%. But you're going to see 100 because this is invisible tax, right? It's inflation. So I know it's not 100. So you guys look at your day. I got 108,000. You're 100%. Because you're not doing all that. All money. This is what Mike said. We took all that money he had and invested it in because he felt research. So I was listening to him. I'm not saying you guys should go out there. I'm not out there. I'm like assets and people not even able to do it with cash. Maybe I shouldn't have done it. But anyway, so I dumped this out and dumped this for now. I've been shopping. It's a little straight from 19. So I'm working for 19. So I'm not being like, okay, I just got a deposit. I'm not going to do that. But I'm trying to get rid of this cash and go into an asset that hasn't been for law that got me. I dumped out in January. Okay, I need 3 webinars. That's why everybody wants to know how much the rest of the day come out. Because I'm running. And I got a new house, right? You got bills to pay, and expenses. So January 1st, I've done 3 webinars already to start doing this up. Right now, I bought in January 1st for $40 million sitting in the bank account. What's the rest of it? Yeah, that's plans. That's a plan. Well, plans that come out every year for the last 15 years. Every January, I end up with more assets. I go broke over here and I go up over here. What are the top assets in the bank like beyond this? Let's see. That's not good. You can buy mutual funds, you can buy, both beef and or, both beef and Blackstones. They don't have right. So they just got them Disney, you can buy stocks, you can buy funds, you can buy gold, silver, gold is dead, gold is available, anybody says a good investor was looking for short is down this year. We have major inflation, it's supposed to be great inflation. We have major worry about inflation, you hold it down. So you go back to that, put it down. What will be your case for? Let's say like $1 billion. Yeah. And you had to make your case why this is a very good investment. Yeah, obviously that's not your thing. Yeah, no, but I'm studying this whole thing. I'm very interested in this stuff. So I have probably $6 million. They come back. Yeah, so I get you some. Right. I know this one. You're thinking about $8. Yeah, $8 and $10. You said, I'll pick the money, pick boy, I'll pick whatever. And how much do you get? 100 pieces. 100 pieces of $5. Yeah, so this is that for whatever it is. Well, what's the $50,000? Yeah, $50,000. God knows. $500. What would you get? You got it. It was $50, 100 pieces. It was $500. It was 100 pieces. So what if 50? So you got $50,000 personal product. You have something. Yeah, now it's worth, and then when you get 30,000, you can also because I'm starting to like, okay, this thing could happen. Okay, 28 million pieces. You're never going to make more. It is not, to me, it's not inflation. But it's just a place to store. It's an asset. It's not a currency. I don't think it's a currency. This currency comes from the word current. It means it moves. And I don't see this moving. I see this as a storage. I see this as something that could one day maybe replace gold. That's the standard. We're certainly going to move closer to digital universe on that gold standard. We're never going back to gold standard. Well, you have a lot of it here in Illinois. I'm 63 years old. Never had gold in my entire life. Never had gold block, gold, chain or something. I lost that. Yeah, I don't understand. I think there's more people that play the Bitcoin game than there people want to gold. But anyway, so the case for Bitcoin is limited. Hopefully it's not going to make you more. That's what you say. It is a ledger. I like to hear millions of computers backed up saying, hey, this is what it is. Not well, it's not paying to do it. But that's what I don't want. Okay. They're not in a position how to be forecast. I don't know how to spend this. Well, of course, this won't go make more money. It's not like I can work. So, you don't call it no, I have a goal. Well, the business, not the real estate, yes. The business last year, did maybe $8 million. So this is like a real estate educational side. Yeah, exactly. $8 and it's all big coaching. I have one else other yeah, no. I remember when I could make $100 million. Wow. So unbelievable. I woke up today, Jared gets me there. It's like 642,000. Insane. When was the last time you went on a grant? We got 100. Yeah, but I remember when that was my goal. My goal was to make $100,000 a year, and I wanted $10,000 in capacity. If I make $100,000 a year, $10,000. Yeah. So wait, this always has been good. Like it's not like, I never thought I would do this. I never even thought about these kind of things. 1.6 million in the past. I'm not. That's passive. That's just one. That's not even working. No. That's not even real estate. That's not investment. Okay. Microsoft back at the listen to it. Michael, we pay out $3 million a month. That's the thing I'm most proud of. But take that and what we do is it's like we do two things about the church. I didn't want to sit down here at least $30 million a month. We say I'm 36 million less. But actually, I want to do that every month. When I get 30 million, I'm going to 300 million. Wow. I'm going to send out 300 million. I want 10 million investors. And I want 10 million investors. I want to send more money out than I've ever made personally. So I'm going to flip this whole thing. I'm going to go from the kid that was worried about the kid that, grew up in a good household, became a drug addict, then he became a salesman. Everybody knows I'm this guy. I was hit the lake. You got the freaking trash room. He's always selling something. I'm going to put that whole thing where I'm always selling. How does it feel for you to know that this might be every month? If I get an email, in my statement, when you see your bank account, how does that feel? You just see care of 1.6 million. And you're also 100,000 people that are invested. Yeah, are also looking at that. I'll say that. How much we say that? Most important number I have. The most important number every day I get how much cash I have. Second most important number is what we sold each day. And the third is how much we send out. Yeah, I look how much I get. I look at last. Because if everybody else is winning, I know to get it. But the thing that makes me happy is like I know people can't lose. But the real estate, it can't go away. Bitcoin can go to 10,000. My real estate cannot go to 10,000. It's the value of the real estate is the value of the real estate, and it's supported by income. Right? So this is the house, the Malibu house. The Malibu house could go down in value. But it's still going to make the money. It doesn't matter because like you want to be in that house, in that location, on that beach. You want to bring 12 other people to stay there. You're going to make 20 grand, 800 to be there. It doesn't matter whether the house is worth 40 million, 38 million, 32 million, or whatever it is. You're going to take the house. So as long as I got income allows you to. Income and time allows you to keep something. It's paid for. I paid with cash, so there's no debt. So I have my house in Miami. It's paid for. I bought 2 houses last year. It's insane. So and I'm the guy that says, don't buy a house. You won't even take his own advice. Oh, I didn't think. But this is what I was like. I didn't take it all my advice. I'm not wanting my advice. So I'm not buying anything. If you can't buy it, you don't do that. Number 2, you can't pay for it cash. Don't think that. Doesn't mean you better pay for it cash. It just means you need to be in that position. You want a nice life. Not too old. You want 40 grand, you got to have 80 grand. Why it needs to be cash, and it should be from passive income cash, not from income. Why is that mindset you need to have about it? If you do not do them, you're probably cool. So then you don't ever, like when you spend, somebody asked me the question, and then when's it alright to spend? And then when's it alright to spend? When you got stupid money, you spend. What is stupid money? Well, stupid money ain't our business. Ever. Even if you make 10 million, I don't care how much you make. If you make 10 and pay 5 to the IRS, and you got 5 left, you don't spend that. I never spend that. Ever. So this is I never spend on anything. It is never. So my earned income, okay, if I traded time for it, my earned, I never spend a penny of it. Okay. Now what I do is I invest all of the earned. Whatever's left over after the IRS. So the IRS is going to thank me right here. I invest all of that. 100% of this is invested. I say none of it. I invest this in a real asset that will pay me cash. It's going to give me a drip. Right? So it'll give me a little drip of cash. So maybe this is $1 million. So this pays me, let's say it pays me 100 grand. I would spend this. I can't spend that now because it's not spendable. This is still liquid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying about. You can't spend it, can't touch it, yeah, it's stolen from you, taken from you. You know, it's kind of hard to make it go about it, right? I didn't even fund it, this is what the Bitcoin did. My savers would say, yeah, but you got property tax, you got maintenance. Yeah, the house of that income. Okay, I don't have any, that's right, so I can keep, so I get the drip. Now, the drip is how I live, like, I want $100,000 watch. Good. Okay, I'm about as long as I got 200 grand. So, and it's all right, it's good stuff, but here, when your money is having little babies, not when you're up there on your legs and busting your knees up, doing the song, because one day, he's 29 right now. No, like, I know you think you're going to last forever. Nobody lasts forever. So what I want to do is I want to position him. I said, look, in the next 10 years, if you retire when you're 30 or 40 now, I want you to go from being, tearing up your space, making big money in the space, and the moment you transition from rapper and become nobody, we're going to flip a switch and you're going to be a real estate agent. Okay, so my goal for him is, I said, look, what do you make? And I picked the number. He's like, dude, you just told me what I made last year without knowing that. And I picked the number one. Yeah. Figured out how many days he did, figured out what he's getting paid, and I watched the videos over there. I said, look, when you're 49 years old, bro, you can be worth $200 million. Right? But guess what? If you just do what I tell you, you go work you get, they pay you $130,000, you take $60 grand up. Wednesday night, do another deal. So you go, where am I live on? Because you're going to live on deals. So nobody's going to know what happened. They're going to be like, and he ain't, the Saturday's going up anymore, man. So I said, yeah, well, bro, you're going to go from, you're showing up bigger way. You're going to show up with real estate taxes. You're going to be, when are you going to show up? It's going to be 2042. And you're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars of properties that are paying you. You're going to step from this one. A-Rod talked about this to the road cost. He's like, I knew my earning capacity was going to go to zero at the end. At some point. At some point. Everybody's earning capacity is depreciating. Right? So in the beginning it goes up, but yours is still going up, or yours is still going up. At some point it'll hit the top. You'll lose interest, maybe not want to do it anymore, whatever. And then it's going to start slowly going down. And there's not a thing. Some younger this house is going to come up and look like you, or a bunch of technology, whatever. And your earning capacity is going to go down. While it's going down, on the way up, you should be planning for that going down and collecting assets over here. So that's why at the end of each year, people can do this. At the end of each year, starting in the year with more assets and no cash. You do that every year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 12 years. But if I had advice on somebody, I'd be like, man, don't just worry about this year. Start collecting a little bit of assets this year, another one next year. You don't have to own it. That's the way you're doing it with me. Find somebody you can trust. Somebody that's invested in you. Just getting rid of cash. Because, every time I get rid of this money, every time I get rid of this, let's say it's 100 grand. Every time I get rid of 100 grand, 100 grand buys me $400,000 a year. Right? Good way, what 1% down. Yeah, because I'm using leverage. So I'm taking 100 and it's going down in value. Maybe 15 or 20% a year. You put in 400,000 real. I'm going up, and this is going up in value. Well, this is good for me because inflation, if you're real estate, you want inflation. I want the materials to cost more. I want the cost of glass to go up. I benefit from this. I want that to go up. Yeah. So, like, not everybody wants inflation, you got cash. If you have cash, you've got to know. Okay? Because it's going down in value, even though the bank might pay you for it. And what we got right now, what's going on right now is a really freaking weird deal because the bank's not paying you and it's going down. So the dollar's going down, and they're not paying you anything. So you just get double whammy with no chance. Why is it important for people to invest in real estate now? If you can do it now, and should they do it on their own in terms of like a family buying my own apartment or my own house to do kind of Airbnb thing? What about that stuff? It's good. But you just went from having a job to a second job. It's like managing the property. You're managing it, you're handling problems, you're collecting rents. It's a good job. Actually, that's probably not going to be even included as passive income. So there's lot of people multi-level marketing say they have passive income, but that's not passive income. That's residual income. Not passive. What's the difference between passive and residual? Passive income is I make an investment, it's only 17% of residual income, and it could be residual, it could be repeat recurring, right? But if I go collect a rent, paint the place, put in the tenant, that's not passive, that's active income. I had to rent it, and I had to collect it. If you're trading time for money, you can market it. What you get for me is passive. You don't decide what color to paint on the building. You don't need that. You put this at 50, right? That's passive income. Right? Dividend income is passive income. You invest in Apple computers, you send it. You get reward for it, it's not passive. No. So the CEO of Coca-Cola made $50 million. A lot of money, right? Okay, that's our income. Government's going to pay that. Warren Buffett invested in Coca-Cola. He would pay $508 million last year. That's passive. That's a dividend. Now, it's not even how many people on the internet want to be the boss. Be the boss, don't be the money. The investor is. Don't be the boss, don't be the CEO. There's so much confusion in the marketplace. Be the investor. Just invest. And what does Warren do? Warren is how I got into real estate. I started buying real estate because I studied building. Right? The old man, when I would read, well, the old man's only invested in stocks, right? I'm like, I'm not going to do stocks because I don't want it. But what I wanted to know, what was he doing? What was the consistent pattern for when he invested in? All companies that were had been around a long time. He did not buy the cheapest company. He never looked for what mom was. He didn't buy low and sell high. He bought fair value of airplanes. He bought the best quality of airplanes. He didn't look for the lowest price. He wasn't looking for the day a stock went down to $1. He's never done that. He invested in companies that all cash flow. Leaders in their space. Coca-Cola, CPN, Apple Computer. He didn't buy Apple Computer for years until he understood that Apple Computer was an actual company because of it. It wasn't a computer company. It was an cash flow generating machine. When I read that, I'm like, everything he bought is really rich. See, so I'm like, okay, I cannot buy a big enough position. I'm not rich enough to get a big position in Coca-Cola. I don't get on the inside. I'm a little guy, right? So I'm never going to get access to Wall Street. No one's actually going to call me and say, hey, that's still down there. So I'm going to next Coca-Cola, right? I'm never going to get that call. So what can I buy? Just like one. Oh, real estate. I can buy the 26 units in San Diego because I know the neighborhood and we're up there. And I spent some time there. So I know that. So I can buy that. I can go to the bank. I can get a good loan. I can cash it. And that's how I started buying real estate because one, he bought the long-term, he bought great locations, great property, fair price. He's never managed anything. He's not the CEO of the company. He's not a manager, he's not the CEO. He never gets rid of the employees. And I was like, he's not a salesman, but he is a promoter. So when I started watching with his moves, he's on TV all the time. And he takes big positions. Giant positions. Not little. All that changed everything for me. I quit. Buying this and a little bit here and a little bit there. It's called diversification. I quickly went on like Warren is not diversified. I think 4 investors gave him 70% of all his returns last year. Wow. Yeah. And if he wasn't so rich, he probably only owned 3 of his stocks. But he's so much money. Elon's another guy, never diversified. PayPal was his only investment. When he sold PayPal, he only has 3 investments. And no homes. And no tax. Really? No tax. Oh, you don't know real estate or you just know homes? He doesn't own something. He's all in. That's not the advice our parents give or our school teachers. Where's housing going to be the next? You can have people in, or it's going to be more expensive. And if people are going to be more renters, then they're going to be single family. And that's going up. So in 2019, 44% of all the single family housing in America was owned by investors. Yeah. They bought it, they rented it out. Not me. That's 3 years ago. COVID changed everything. So now you have more people buying real estate to Airbnb it. Great idea, but you're looking. Okay, two, you're dependent on one building. So I got to collect them. So like you're invested, how many funds are you investing? You have four. So you have hundreds of units to pay. Not a few. Yeah. Call me up a lot once I get rid of it. Get rid of it. What happens when 90% of the housing market is owned by Americans and not by people that own it themselves? People that will it's happening right now. It's just unfortunate. These prices are going to go through the roof. It's going to be, well, I don't know that the single family will go through the roof. I mean, it's crazy. But if you go to Singapore, the rents, we went to Singapore in 2019, we came back and like, so we could buy it inside. Yes, sir. Yeah, we went to Sydney, Australia. I'm like, well, we just need to buy it. Because everywhere we go, we shop it. Why go? So America's unsafe. So you guys think it's expensive, okay? So like California, right now, California is making Arizona go through it. You know, leaving the state of California, they're migrating out, and it's in Texas, yeah. Or they're going to Texas, or they're going to Montana, or they're going to Utah. Okay? California, your governor Newsom this year was nominated as the #1 real estate agent in the state of Florida. Because that's what he's doing. Because the tax office told me out of the state 9 years ago. We have 800 employees in Miami. In Miami in the real estate, there's 800 employees. None of them know each other. If they would have dropped taxes here rather than raise them, I had 800 employees in all. All my parts were 800 employees in their cars. 800 employees that we eat in restaurants. And what they did, they raise the taxes. We go over there, we take all the tax savings, reinvest in the business. The business gets bigger and better. And I'm not going to give our Governor DeSantis credit for it because I got there before he was there. So I'm still going to credit to the insanity of California, right? So what's happening now? Arizona prices are going up. California people are up. That's what prices are. Yeah. So the guy in California sells his house for $1.6 million, walks into Arizona, says, "This is a steal at 800." That's not a trade store. He thinks the steal to his half price. What is that? And that's what we do. They migrate stuff moving around. That migration's happening. New York City's migrating to Florida, California's migrating east. So, but the problem is, with people leaving California, you would think prices would fall, but they're not. They're not, because wealthy people are walking in and saying, "I got all this cash. Cash is worth nothing. I'll buy a second home." This is emotional. It's not logical. What's happening? It's not emotional. It's an emotional decision to say, "I'm going to get rid of my cash, and I'm just going to go buy a house." I had a question about every time I've had to go out for the last 3 or 4 times, I asked you about your goals and your assets. I mean, one time you came on, I think you were at a 90 million. It was like 290 million or 90 million in real estate asset holding. I think we were buying a deal to use it for $90 million. Yeah. But you didn't have more than 400 million. Yeah, you had under that. At the time, you made that one interview where you tell them, yes, yeah. So at that time, I think we had, it was a 2 places, maybe $400 million for assets. And now today, $4 billion. Yeah. Remember challenging you being by it? You're like, like 900 million. Well, I did. You said, why not 10x that? Yeah. And I said, I got a deal, do a deal up. It's $90 million. I'm scared. I'm always scared. All these deals. And you really, for the first time, it's like the roller coaster, right? Oh my God, so, I'm not doing the right thing. So you're at 4 billion now. What's the goal? The goal, what we're going to say next time. 40 million. By what? I don't have a date on it, but I think I can do that. I think I can do that. I think I can do that. 5 years. Maybe maybe longer, maybe it takes 7 years, maybe it takes 10 years. It's a work though. Yeah, because a lot. If I did this the way I do it now, a lot of people would be helping me. So that would be a really fulfilling accomplishment. Like if I could have ordinary everyday families like I grew up in, like my mom would be proud of me. She'd be negative first, no matter what color I said, except this investment said you really change. Come on. And so today, I think there's going to be families. The goal is that there's going to be thousands, tens of thousands of families. They'll become reliant and know that they can't put them in the same. I'm going to flip this entire picture of who I'm going to evolve again to not taking money from people, not selling things, which I have no problem with. Everything I've sold, I feel great about. Except maybe that one girl I sold my uncle. I can tell you. But that was a little excessive. But, that's going to be a total evolution of me as a person with pancake. You send people money every month, you'd be like, it is the greatest freaking hack in the world. Completely discovered by mistake. The first time I took any money to anybody, we opened a deal at that time was $6 million. And when I sat there on the land, there's a guy dealing. I had the money. I bought people. What years? 2018. We didn't give us up on home before. Yeah, I still buy my money today. So 2018, we launched the deal. It was a deal in St. Lucie. And I bought from the blue color. It took $6 million to down. I signed on the loan. And right now, do it on this deal next. It's a small deal. Let's see what happens. No, I tell people, hey guys, let's open this deal. When is this coming? I mean, I know how to compare a response because of the webinars and the events and the tickets and the books, right? And people are 10,000. I think that comes to 100 grand. 100 grand. Forecasting before 100 grand. Who's it? I don't know about this. They told him, oh, he owns it. Party was your this. I know that guy. I know that guy. I've been calling that guy for 20 years. Called up his mom. I said, hey, I want to do this. He's like, I've never bought anything from you. Nothing. Not a book. Not a program. Not a workshop. I said, why didn't you do this? He's like, because I have no idea. Okay, but I've seen your whole career. I've watched you 17 years. I've watched what you do. Okay? Wireless, 400 minutes. Okay? 60 days later, I sent him one check. In March, sent him another check in April. In May, he calls up and says, all right, well, I'm ready for all this stuff. He bought everything we have. Oh my God, this is great. Everybody did invest. Then they become customers. Because they want me to do that. Now we're partners. We're partners. We want to do things. Okay, so it was like, oh my God, man, having investors in the bank, if it's the right investment. Yeah, we've already had a problem with a couple of investors. They're turning a little white. People got trouble in COVID, and like, good, that needs to help. So they're not. So if I'm in a position to do that, I want to do this. This is a really long relationship. And I mean long. I don't mean my lifetime. This is generation. This is Sabrina's star beyond them. This could be the year 2200. There's a company that matters there. So, that would be, there's a lot of moms out there. Like my mom. Like my sister, my two sisters don't have any. Going to taxis, never even call them and say, not even want to customers to us. We don't use middlemen, we don't use names. So maybe I can convert some of your audience. Hey, Brad, witness Brad, don't use Brad. Because nobody is more polarizing. That's true. And I have to do and that's the thing that we ask the world, I want to get out of the show more than anything. I know I deliver at a I'm just, I'm a grind. I've been grinding. I've been trying to come up with nothing so long. And then it worked. My aggressiveness worked. And then I doubled down on being aggressive. Then one day I looked up and the only thing I knew was how to be aggressive. And so now I'm trying to unwind, attacking all the time. Like I have attack. The attack team. Yeah. No, right? That's my go-to. My go-to. I remember a lady, she tried to put me in drugs when I was 31 years old, 32 years old, taking school, and she's like, look, man, your first response is just aggression. Yeah. She's a psychologist. Yeah. And it doesn't work with her. This is what got me out of this trap. So I'm 33 years old, 8 years out of treatment. And I'm just starting to get my feet. 8 years. I started to get a little money, so I got a little company, started to do well for the first time. Me and this girl had this name. We were together. And the psychologist said, look, I'm going to recommend this 12 years. I'm going to recommend this happening. And then that one doesn't work. I'm going to introduce you to a psychiatrist. He's going to give you this one drug, and that doesn't work. Don't happen on that. And that one doesn't work well. And sometimes a little bit of an experiment. What do you try to expect? Try to get somebody to pressure. What you ask that. And then she moves to the girl and says, and that you. I said, no. You need to subscribe whatever you want. Okay, she's not going to. If they want to get her up, make her more of us. Sure enough, one interview with less than 1 time. I ate one. I forget what it was. Well, relaxing. It was going to add it second. It was with me. And so somebody would ask me something, and I couldn't. You had to move to this little metal, almost this little aluminum, like, and there's a description of it. Got rid of her. We're back being aggressive. I'm 35 years old. I would continue to move and impress me for the next 16 years. And then millions of dollars. Because I think industry was like a little cold. Can you imagine cold coffee every day? I could, but I'm still and I built a shell, right? The which soda carries soda goes, so it was wasting time. And I got to remember I'm like, oh, they know the rejection of now you call it like a machine, and I'm just like everything's competition. Everybody said money. Everybody, every company, every customer, everything. And that's what built me. Right? And then I figured out how to get the best we can over it. And then I picked one as well. And I got to do that. That's what they want. That's what they want. So if we're doing social media comes in. I mean, I didn't do it. I need to study Lewis for it. I don't know how to make that transition any more than somebody that knows him, but we know how to be aggressive. And so I'm just going to try to figure it out. What do you think? It'll take you to step into being I just got to, just every day, practice a little more in deals. I need to do that. Sometimes I just need to walk away from the deal and then right. So, let's see. Great. Yeah, that's we got 2 deals on market. If I was on those deals, I would put this question on top. I would have gone, what's the thing you think will be the most proud of you? Create like this year. This year, what did I create this year? Or do, or be, and think the most proud of. I don't know. Why? I need to be a better husband. I can't do deals. I got new deals, but it's not always good guy. Be a better guy, man. Be a good guy. Be on God. I was ready to be friends. apologize. Screwed it up, but have it call me. So, I could just pull some of that back up that drug. I'm less dependent upon it. I shouldn't be well. I can kind of get up that school line. Like you talking about there, well, good. I did that well, but if I can get that perfect balance of the pressure and flow, it's just like it's sweet. It's hard to find that place there. To do that, I don't want to come on. I don't want to go stream and drinks. I want to be like, I don't want to dance. I don't want to hurt. I don't want to be competition. But I also don't want to lose the edge. Yeah, it's dance. Like your girlfriend to me, she's like, she said something. She's like, I really get it. You know, she said, I wouldn't get who you are. And a lot. And sometimes it hurts, right? Because I know a lot of well, comes to me. Like Ryan just Ryan face. Man, you're stupid. He's strong. My wife, I can see my wife. She gets tired of the
I got good guy. Well, I can't let him alone.
Oh my God. Dang.
I can't let him alone.
You can't because you got a food stamp.
You know you want to dance?
I said I had no intention. I don't care if you bother.
My webinar right there. Yeah, now I'm going. Put the light on.
Oh. What damn light?
I love it. Yeah, I told y'all. I ain't heard nothing from the other folks that had cleaned up there. Damn word.
What did you say? What did you say?
I love them people.
Anybody want to believe that but you?
I ain't freaking believe that. Come on, man. I know it's taking a while to get.
Them two going out of cell. Trying to.
You better believe it.
Everybody got stuff on the hole. Ain't even them damn paid for it.
Pacific Ocean over there in California. That's where it is.
Boy, them two idiots.
Yeah, I love it.
there.
I had to be trusted.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no. You sure did. Allegedly.
Just take on my box. That'll be for lunch tomorrow. On my phone.
Yeah, so
No, they ain't got anything. When I got the soda already in there, just another soda.
you try to dig.
That's right.
For me, you don't drink no Sprite. Get your nerve.
Lunch.
Look at the nasty thing. That little ranch stuff. So what you think? No pork chops, pork chops.
Pork chop and mashed potatoes. And beans. I don't want no
No.
fry. Why do you want french fry?
That's That's a damn Sunday meal right there.
Okay, then we'll go on and do French fries. It's fine. You take it. Go ahead.
You probably got time for all that.
Ooh, go on. Yeah, sit down.
I can't believe she was crying like she didn't want any damn. No, she want that soup. Talking to myself. No, she wanted freaking soup. Can't believe that, man. Can't believe you front like you want that soup.
Before we really get into how Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been responding to the latest developments. We will not begin the shooting of other people, the destruction of our infrastructure. We will begin goodness and victims, thousands and thousands of sufferings, and God won't forgive. Not today, not tomorrow, never. President of that was a very angry outburst by the Ukrainian president. You spent a lot of time out in the fields and water. Now, what we're seeing now in Ukraine, what anything that you've seen in the past? worse the war gets for him, and they are moving slow at the moment, the more I think he will upscale the attacks. So yeah, I'm very worried.
Okay, well, as a result of the fighting, huge numbers of people have left the country, many heading initially for Poland, which is Ukraine's immediate neighbour. It's already clear that more will follow, the majority of them women and children.
We're going to look for work because I need to provide for my children, and my husband stayed back in this country.
It's dangerous there. People are shooting. I have a child. Fighter jets are flying around. Houses are exploding. It's terrible. So frightening. We didn't want to leave. It was so painful, but we did it because of the children. I didn't want to leave Ukraine. We love our country. We have such a beautiful country, great people. It hurts so much. It's so hard. My heart is so there. It's so hard to see that children are being bombed every day. We just want peace.
Shocking statements there. Yeah, Jessica, as I was listening to what we were hearing, I was writing down fear, desperation, pain, hopelessness. And I know that you have been down to the central station here in Berlin and collected your own first-hand impression. What's going on? Give us those impressions.
Well, right now, the lower levels of Berlin Central Station has basically been turned into a crisis response center. Every day, over 12,000 Ukrainian refugees are arriving in Berlin Hauptbahnhof, and they are unloaded from the trains, and there are basically hundreds of volunteers who are distributing food and water, also arranging housing. A Ukrainian couple from Kharkiv is now staying in the little workroom in the flat with my husband and me, and it's just really it's heartbreaking. The despair, the exhaustion, the fear, the disorientation of these people.
This is not what they would have expected. This is not what was going to happen next in their lives.
Of course not. It's just like for any Syrians or Afghans or people fleeing violence anywhere else in the world in the past years. I think this is the great shock in Europe. For so long, we have thought this doesn't happen here anymore. After World War II, we learned our lesson. And what happened to the Balkans? Well, that was the Balkans, but we here in Northern Europe, this doesn't happen here. And what this crisis, I hope, is driving home to everyone in Europe now. War is never that far away, and war in Europe is not that long ago.
Let me just pick up on one point that I mentioned, that most of the people who are on the move here are women and children.
Yes.
That's been much talked about. What are your impressions about what that signifies?
Well, the basic answer for that is that men from the age of 18 to 60 are now legally barred from leaving Ukraine in case they need to be drafted to serve in the Ukrainian army. Many men of all ages have already signed up, and others are supporting in logistics and humanitarian relief on the ground in Ukraine. But they're all basically in readiness, waiting for potential being drafted.
The EU says it will effectively take in all refugees fleeing the war in Ukraine. Do you think cope? Do you think Germany can cope?
Well, it's a remarkable step given how policy has been in recent years. I mean, we had a comparable situation in 2015 when many Syrians were escaping into Europe. Huge outcry, especially from the right, mass demonstrations against refugees and so on. And now it's like this new welcoming culture, even in countries like Poland and Hungary. And let me say, I think that's great. It's necessary. It's an act of solidarity. I wish it would be something similar, the same initiative, same to people fleeing from, you mentioned it, Afghanistan, Syria. I mean, think back last November when people went to the Russian-Polish border. What happened there? I mean, they were tear gassed. They were kept out in the cold, freezing in the forest. So there's some discrepancy here, which I personally find a bit distressing. But the solidarity that is shown now is remarkable. And what is important is to build up on that. And don't do the same mistakes like in 2015 when we were like letting people in, but didn't provide
the necessary infrastructure. So that is what has to happen now, fast, have the infrastructure, get them into the labor market, with the integration and prepare for them to stay longer. Don't expect that they will go back in the right direction, because I don't think that's an important message. Let's go to the kind thanks for waiting. I just want to give it your person here a little bit, your background, because you're born in Russia, but actually quite close to the border with Ukraine, and I know that's important for you, that proximity. And now you're sitting where you are in Bonn, we're here in Berlin, and you're witnessing the biggest movement, the biggest exodus from a country since World War II. What's your reaction?
The premium and capable Sierra HD AG4. Part of the first ever AG4 lineup from GMC.
You see this black box right here? Well, I'm going to show you something right now. Some people are concerned that they might have to go for a long period of time without power or electricity. That's why Ford Patriots is blowing up tons of requests for our biggest, most valuable survival tool ever, the Patriot Power Generator 1800. And I should mention that when you get one of these personal power plants, you also get a free solar panel to charge it. 3 days worth of survival food, free shipping, and a bunch of other free gifts that I'll list out in a little bit. By the way, this generator can power your fridge if you wanted to. It can also power your CPAP machines, heaters, coolers, laptops, TVs, anything else that you'd like to plug in to one of the 8 powerful outlets on the Patriot Power Generator 1800. Now, I've heard that some brands refuse to offer a backup power option like this, but we're doing everything we can to make sure you get as much power as possible with everything going on right now. That's why now, for a limited time, and I cannot stress this enough, while supplies last, you can get a silent, fuelless generator with a walloping 1,800 continuous output watts. Now, this generator is capable of powering your favorite devices for hours on end. Again, this generator needs absolutely no fuel or gas to run, and it can run safely anywhere, even in your bedroom. Now, you know what? I think I can cover your shipping costs to make this as easy as possible to ship this powerful generator directly to your door. Yeah, forget about shipping costs. It's on the house. Free shipping on your Patriot Power Generator 1800 with tons of cool bonuses. I'm going to toss in 4 of our most popular guides for free that you'll have instant access on your device the minute you place your order. So you can read them today, in fact. This blackout survival library will give you the knowledge you need to get the most out of your electricity and will help you be better prepared in case of a long-term blackout. Just make sure everybody gets as much gear as possible when playing these generators. Again, before they run out, we're able to throw in a couple of bonuses. Here's every single free bonus you'll get with the 4K Patriot Power Generator. You get a Halo XT solar flashlight, a Patriot Power Cell backup battery, a Sun Kettle solar cooker, a pack of rechargeable AA batteries, a 72-hour survival food kit, and a solar lamp. Again, all of these bonuses are free. You don't have to do anything for them. They just come with your Patriot Power Generator 1800. So you got free shipping, tons of extra bonus items, and of course, a generator you can charge with the power of the sun and turn on the fridge with. But right now, you have to click the link if you want to get yours before supplies run out for who knows how long. Take the initiative and get yourself prepared right now while we still have our Patriot Power Generator 1800 in stock. So you can be a survivor, not a statistic.
Well, first of all, my heart is broken, and I'm trying not to get too personal or too emotional on this, but what we see is 2 tragedies. The first, the primary tragedy, is the war that's happening in the Ukraine, driven by the invasion of Russian military forces. It's unbelievable, and it was unthinkable until last November, and then much of us saw it coming and couldn't prevent it coming. But my heart is obviously also with the secondary tragedy, which is unfolding collapse of Russian economy, Russian society, disintegration of the Russian society.
That's interesting that you say that, because that was precisely my next question. And this is, everybody's focusing on Ukraine, rightly so. This is where, the awful things in the main are happening at this point in time. But two countries, Ukraine and Russia, face terrible times, or difficult, very, very difficult times ahead, including Russia.
Absolutely. We have to focus on the situation in Ukraine and how refugees coming from there. But also, we have to think 2 steps ahead. And these 2 steps are really disintegrating in a really fast fashion, disintegration of Russia with the global order. We have jokes in Russia that some measures by Kremlin are greatly doing a North Korea of sorts out of Russia. But no, it's not really tougher. It's not a joke. Russia is cutting so many routes and so many connections to the outer world. It's something that we have to have in mind, how to live with a huge country that is hostile, basically, and that can inflict much pain, not only on the neighboring country.
Okay, thank you very much for that perspective there, Michael, from Bonn, the former German capital. Jessica, you are also a geopolitical expert, as I mentioned, and I'd just like to bring up some images of the destruction that's been taking place in the Ukraine. And while we're looking at those images, I wonder whether you can tell us what you think.
I guess it's funny now. Oh, you bought this nasty, but I didn't get none. Original?
Jessica.
Well, what we're seeing in Ukraine right now, this is only beginning, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's been not even 2 weeks since the invasion started. And whether or not Ukraine can survive, can hold out against the Russian military and the increasing use of indiscriminate bombing and artillery, as Vladimir Putin, discussing earlier, has been increasingly pressured and pushed into a corner. His original strategy for this invasion has failed. And now he's going to be more desperate, he's going to use more firepower because he cannot afford, in his view, to lose or to be seen as having lost. So the only way Ukraine will survive is with increased support, military support from the West, air support with a contribution at the very least of jets, of fighter planes to Ukraine for Ukrainian pilots to pilot if the West is not willing to take that step. And above all, we need to start financing the war for Russia with our oil and gas imports here in Europe, and in particular here in Germany. And just yesterday, Olaf Scholz announced and made very clear that the German Chancellor Scholz had made very clear that he's not willing to take that step, that we're too dependent on Russian energy. But the cost of letting this war continue and of financing Russia's war on Ukraine through our energy purchases is going to be much higher than any cost of cutting off Russian oil and gas imports.
Absolutely, there's so much.
I can only support Jessica. If I may, Peter, if I may support Jessica, say, let's think about what Jessica said in a kind of game theory. I think the West should gamble with cuts of oil and gas imports from Russia, as long as we, the West is having much more resources to hold out, while Russia is not. So Russia cannot afford to. Russia hasn't got that much time, and we have to have this in mind. The time is on the Ukrainian and Western side. That's the point.
I partly agree. I wanted to add one thing. If we remember what Putin has been doing already in Syria, where the Russian Air Force was flying deliberate attacks against schools, against hospitals, then re-attacking people who rushed to help. And I'm very much concerned that he's going to repeat a very, very similar tragedy now in Ukraine, cities like Kiev.
Exactly.
So I think before the war ends, I'm afraid it's getting much more brutal. And yeah.
Yeah. We've seen it before. What he did in Chechnya, what he did in Syria, he'll do it again in Ukraine. I have no doubt.
We're talking about
Get proactive, That's what I'm talking about. We have to get proactive in this confrontation. I mean, the West.
we have to get proactive, we have to intervene, we have to save lives, but at the same time, it's not easy to say that by any manner of means. Nothing is easy.
It's easy to say, but hard to do.
That's the point. I mean, then the other side will say, but this could lead to World War III.
We are already at a tipping point risking World War III. Our action and our
I don't
inaction.
want to believe what you're saying.
Well, neither do I. But unfortunately, as a student of history and as a geopolitical expert, we are truly at a tipping point. Vladimir Putin, ultimately, and the elites around him, the oligarchs and the security elites surrounding the Kremlin, they have the most power right now to save this situation. But if they do not act, if they are not able to neutralize the threat to world peace that Vladimir Putin currently presents, and we cannot count on them to do that, we cannot assume that they're going to fix this themselves, then the West does need to act. Vladimir Putin has already said he considers Western sanctions, the extreme sanctions that we've put through, he considers this an act of war. He's already using the language to give him an excuse to attack NATO. And so it brings me no pleasure to say that we already stand potentially on the brink of a devastating war within Europe that would have vast consequences around the world, thus a potential World War III. This is not melodrama. Unfortunately, this is the risk we face.
So, one cornerstone of what you're saying really is, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian leader, came out and said, if Ukraine does not survive, the whole of Europe will not survive. So Ukraine cannot lose this war.
Well, to some extent, yes, Ukraine is fighting for Europe in general. And the thing is, I would be very cautious. I very much support that the West, the European countries, the US, are supporting Ukraine as much as they can, sending weapons, having heavy sanctions, especially against Putin and his regime, not against Russia and its people, because I want to say one thing, this is Putin's war, not Russia's war. And I think it's very important to make this distinction. So we should be very supportive to Ukraine, but I would be very cautious for the NATO to get involved in this. So if we discuss, for example, about a no-fly zone, I think that is a very dangerous thing. Because yes, we are in a very dramatic confrontation already with Russia, but we're not in a third world war yet. And that has to be prevented. A nuclear war has to be prevented. And any direct involvement with NATO, I think, could easily trigger things that then get out of control very fast. So I would say everything short to war, but not entering the war is NATO directly.
We're talking about a dreadful... Michael?
So Peter, I would like to add something to what Maximilian said. And I agree with him that the no-fly zone over Ukraine is potentially provoking. But cutting off oil and gas imports is actually not in military terms. So it's a better option. It costs us more in short term, but it would bring us more in the long term.
Yes, okay.
Agreed. This is a very simple and clear action we could do that would cut off financing to Russia's war. And I also agree with Maximilian.
Germany is so very, very vulnerable there.
If we're not ready to pay higher energy prices here at home to protect freedom in Europe,
Germany has
then
made itself
we will
absurdly
lose freedom in Europe.
If
we're not willing- If we're not willing to pay more for our energy costs and consumption to defend peace in Europe, then we will lose peace in Europe. We can't have it both ways. And the German government needs to have this conversation with the German people and make people understand who have lived for decades now in peace and prosperity. We need to have this conversation with the German people. We need to understand that Ukraine's freedom is our freedom.
Shocking things are happening. Dreadful deeds aplenty. One question perhaps that arises is the question of accountability. And Tony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, has been making clear that the world is keeping a very firm eye on what Russian forces are doing and what consequences there might be.
We've certainly seen in the past that one of Russia's methods of war is to be absolutely brutal. We're looking very closely at what's happening in Ukraine right now, including what's happening to civilians. We're taking account of it, we're documenting it, and we want to ensure, among other things, that there's accountability for it.
Mikhail, what can you tell us? I'm not sure about the growing sense in Russia, perhaps, that there might be accountability, there might be a day of reckoning that lies ahead, and that the price might be very high for people in Russia, especially military commanders.
Well, this message is not spread over Russia, so let's be very skeptical about that. I mean, we have to realize and spread the word about how effective Russia has been on domestic front. We saw that basically Ukraine won this painful war, and that Putin miscalculated his military operation. But what we underestimated or overestimated is how people in Russia would oppose this war. I mean, in the narrative, in Russia, there is no war.
I would have to say, sorry to interrupt, but the word that comes to mind for me is that people in Russia, many people, are in denial, and there's more denial with every day that passes.
Absolutely, people don't believe the news coming from their relatives in Ukraine, living there and telling about sheltering and bombing, etc. They just don't believe. They believe what they are told in the Russian state-run media.
Okay.
And there is either no war or only bombing of military infrastructure, etc. So a lot of myths and lies spread, and this narrative is really effective. This must be recognized here. So the Russian population will get this information.
Let's hear what Jessica has to say on this one. Are members of the Russian forces, senior commanders, likely to be brought to justice? Is that a realistic possibility?
I think it's highly unlikely. International justice moves very slowly in the best of terms. And even if they're indicted in absentia, the likelihood that they would actually be able to be brought to physically stand trial is unlikely. But frankly, at this point, worrying about the accountability in the long-term future for the crimes of today while they're still ongoing must be a secondary thought. The first priority and focus must be ending this war. This aggression started in Moscow, and the quickest way to end it also must come from Moscow. The Russian people protesting and the elites around the Kremlin intervening behind closed doors to find a negotiated ceasefire and solution. They can keep some billions in exchange for stopping this war. And those discussions are going on as we speak. Let's see what happens.
What's your take? Who or what can stop Vladimir Putin at this stage?
Well, let me add that I agree. I still think it has a symbolic meaning, because we finally are calling Putin what he is, a war criminal. He has been a war criminal in Syria, and he's a war criminal now, and it's important to name it. I agree. I think international justice is slow and conflicted. Nonetheless, I find it important that Blinken and others are bringing it up. What ends the war? At this point, I don't have a real answer. I don't see that.
The wise voices suggest that it would be possibly the Chinese who might be most likely to have somehow influence when they whisper in Vladimir Putin's ear.
Some say so, others say Erdogan. I think that shows how desperate the situation is. I don't see like a huge Chinese interest to get very much involved in that. It's not their war. So I don't have high hopes there. I don't see that the point for negotiations has arrived already. I mean, if this war goes on, maybe Putin reaches a point where he says, I have to end it one way or the other and start negotiating. But I mean, the price for that is super high. I mean, I think he expected that he would like go in and within a week, Kiev would have been fallen, Zelensky would have been out, and he would have taken over. It went another way, and everything now is super unpredictable.
Super unpredictable. The nightmare goes on, I'm afraid. Putin's war, no mercy for civilians. That's what we'll be discussing on To The Point this time round. Thanks very much for joining us. I hope we've given you some food for thought in these difficult times. For now, bye-bye and tschüss.
Jacob, we are here going to talk about how to select the perfect line for the application you're fishing.
The Council discussed peace. Putin declared war. Ukraine has defended itself with great courage and vigor. As President Biden said in his State of the Union address last night, President Putin, and I quote, met a wall of strength he never imagined. He met the Ukrainian people. But the brazen and indiscriminate nature of Russia's attack has had devastating, horrific consequences for the entire country. Russia has bombed residential apartment buildings. It has bombed sacred burial grounds. It has shelled kindergartens and orphanages and hospitals. Russia has spurred mass hunger and caused so many to flee their homes. The latest UN estimates are marching toward 1 million people. We thank the countries who have opened their borders, who have opened their hearts, opened their homes to those fleeing Ukraine. And I want to echo the UN Refugee Agency's call to help and welcome all those fleeing conflict without regard to race or nationality. Refugees are refugees.
Hello. Hi, what's up? No, what you doing? I know it, and I said, well, dog, it's a job. Keep your old business and other one. Because the people hang out inside too.
Oh boy. What's up? I'm not gonna be too long. I'm not gonna be too long. Can y'all hear me?
And now it sounds to drain it down, so they know how to start doing.
Yeah. I smell a deal. I I smell a good low food. I'm not even going to hold the good low food. And I'm almost certain that's going to come up. I'm almost certain of the good low food that I'm not going to hold. Until time.
I'll make you go now. It's gonna be 30s and 20s and 30s. Then one more that day a little bit, but then all next week is cold. Mm-hmm. All next week is gonna be cold. I said, well, wait a minute now. And then it just warm up a little bit. Mm-hmm. But guess who I saw sad? He got hydration up. What is his name? Hydration?
All right.
He said, okay, thanks.
He also have to right?
Okay. And he got with bread.
Well, listen. I've been trying to enjoy myself. I've been trying to enjoy my birthday.
She gonna do it like that, all age. Hell, she not gonna run break, she not gonna leave. I think, yeah, go. I can't break.
And all of these people are mentioning my name, not words that I said, but words that other people have said. So it's leading me to believe that people are not.
You know what? I see him like once a week.
I said,
I saw one of them, you know, I get on the stuff now. I saw one of them.
a man can stand on his own word as long as that man is willing to accept whatever comes with the words that he is speaking out of his mouth. But for whatever reason, everybody want to make sure they put in my name involved in anything that someone else is saying. Now, Miss 504, I haven't watched your video. I'm responding publicly because someone called me and thought enough of you to say that they're concerned. And, you know, if there's something is going on with you, I apologize for that. But you're going to have to judge me based on what I said. And to this date, I haven't said anything disrespectful. I've done nothing but support you. If someone else that's associated with me that says something to you, I am not in control of anyone's mouth. I don't have a muzzle to put on anyone's mouth. I don't have control of another grown human being. So this is the disclaimer for anyone else who wants to put me tied to anybody who speaks to me and with me. Those people can stand on the things that they say on their own. These people have their individual YouTube channel where they share their individual thoughts and ideals with the world. So we must stop trying to force your thoughts and ideals onto other people. Your ideology and the way you think may be groupthink. My ideology and the way that I think is not groupthink. I can be cool with Skinny and tell him over and over again that I do not agree with the way he talks to certain people. Does that mean that Skinny has to stop? Does that mean that I have to be around to listen when he's speaking in disparaging ways about other people? No, I do not. No, I do not. So, for everybody who's trying to cause a rift, and for Mr. Skinny, I've already told him, I hope you adjust the way that you're talking about women and these things like that. That's a lane for somebody else. I just don't see how that's going to fit. I don't. And I've expressed that to him. But at the end of the day, he's a grown man. He's a grown man. So everybody who's bringing my name up, please stop. Please stop. This ain't gangland. This ain't gang. You know, Skinny don't control what I say, and I don't control what Skinny says. Stop trying to find a reason to tie me into some negative you cannot like me. Some of you YouTubers are going through real personal issues, and I sympathize with that. But I won't have your personal issues being taken out on me. Some of you YouTubers are just trying to find any reason to have content to bring up something negative, and that's a shame. And I don't know which one is which and who's who. But at the end of the day, it's my birthday week. I don't want to be called with YouTube drunk. So please exclude me from the YouTube drama that I don't get myself into. I have a mouth. I have a really big mouth. And I've said a lot of things that got a lot of people already upset. So I don't need others to get me in any more shit. And I don't need you to add me to what somebody else is saying. So respectfully, stop trying to put me in a gang. Respect me like you respect them white boys. When they hang out with their individual friends and they group up, they still represent each other individual families. They get looked at as 3-4 men hanging out having a drink. They don't get looked at as a gang. So just because Skinny Bro becomes CD, and just because Skinny keeps saying he's my cousin, but do not, me and Skinny already talked. He's no longer going to say things about women and then say I'm just a cousin of a busky bus. When he talks about you women, he's going to be speaking from his own sound mind, his own big heart, and his own channel. So this is sad. At this point, this is sad that what we do to each other. But everybody just want to be. I'm cool with the roasting. Anybody want to roast? I'm your guy. We can roast. We can have a good old time. But all this stupidity, all this bringing up kids in a disparaging way, all these people faking like I brought up somebody's kids in a bad way, all this fake stuff, leave that off my page, all right? I don't got time for all that. I don't have time for all that. Said Skinny look like the new Uncle Tammy. Maybe he want to be the new Uncle Tammy. I don't know. But if that's his lane that he want to do, that's what he chooses to do. That doesn't mess with my brand. That don't mess with what I say. That don't be what he do. I'm Black Boy Magic. I'm over here at them colleges, arguing with women and trying to be some type of thing towards women. That's not my fight. That's not. Yeah, I'm always good at calling a Dulo twist. Like now, there's a Dulo twist that can come from both ways. Skinny has been crusading for Kwame, and so it can look like Kwame don't got his friend back. So then that can be one Dulo twist, or it can be a Dulo twist of everybody keep trying to associate me to what Skinny's saying. He poured on Vic because he really, really feel like, okay, this is my time to shine, I guess, or whatever. And then next thing you know, I'm in a Dulo twist with the women because I have a bigger platform. So there's a two-sided Dulo twist, and whichever one I'm prepared for. But either way it goes, you're not going to keep. I'm on record saying that whatever Skinny says is what Skinny says, and whatever I say is what I say. And the Dulo twist, whichever way it comes from, is not going to work. Because I'm well prepared.
I wish I could have seen you go.
Right?
Oh, brother.
So I suggest everybody just stop the drama and save the bullshit. Okay? I don't have time for that. I have a real life. I don't have a time for Dulo twist. I don't have time for drama. So you guys have a blessed day. Shout out to everybody. I'm not even going to say individual names. Shout out to everybody that have their own individual page for this show. Kwame is yours. Y'all have a blessed night.
That's a blonde old. A mama young. You talk like she whining.
Was sadness they knew you were about to watch your next? Was sadness they knew you were about to watch your next by the pools YouTube channels for families purposes?
She said she don't like Huh? Shelby. When I told
The dead has recycled. Lord, you don't have this for friends. You saved him. But I've been sort of good at it. I don't know. Look at this.
I mean, not low enough.
I don't deal with that, man. I don't deal with that. What in the fuck am I supposed to do using you, ho? When I was on this motherfucker the first time, I never used a nigga like you, bitch. You wasn't shit when I came on here. You ain't even, what the fuck you at? Honey? When I came on here, I was after her side, bitch. The bitch, not you, bitch. I ain't going after you. I went after the shark. Ho? You ain't no fishy school still with your dumb ass. You can't talk. Mr. TV. Don't forget that all of this here. Bitch. $600 teeth. And anyway, the best part about it is, you can snap one off. You can snap one off. And just look. Some more dicks in there. Check this one. And this bitch. Ain't no motherfucking big juice, bitch. You need to be making some beer pound, ho. And like, hey, put it on the eyebrow suit because they're looking flawlicious, bitch. That's what you need to be doing, your uneducated ass. Sitting your whole ass on here, bitch. You wasn't never nothing on YouTube, mighty nigga. You was a hoe all your fucking life. For 11 years, you assumed a position of drop all your motherfucking life. You ain't never been nothing but a dick opener, hoe. That's right. You been open, they just going, this snaps close. You like snap those shit. Even your asshole snap that too, lady. You been snapping dicks out that motherfucker for 12, 13, 15 years, bitch. Now you're funny. You don't know what to do no more since you didn't freeze it now out here in the world. You don't want to get no more penitentiary dick. You done upgraded to the free nigga dick. Yeah. Don't forget to bring the snap-ons with you. See, Kwame, look what you done created a hole out here. That's what the fuck you created, my nigga. I love you, Kwame. But this nigga here, you created a hole out here. A nigga that gotta walk when you walk, talk when you talk. I got to be the fuck, bitch. I knew you did those farming. Oh, and you ain't never been no nigga cousin, bitch. I just a cousin of a blood, big boy. Yeah, I'm just a cousin of a blood, big boy. I'm just a cousin of a blood, big boy. Yeah, look at me. It's my cousin Claude. Claude Brown. Deal with you got when he's got a longer. Well, I take this hook and hit in the head. What it do? Stupid face ass bitch. You ain't never been nothing whole all your fucking life. You been a nigga on this whole fighting all day long. Trying to fuck a dick here, fuck a dick there. Hoping you land some nuts anywhere. That's the type of whole nigga you is, bitch. I don't fight in the fucking courtroom, my nigga. I'm from nowhere. We fight this way, bitch. Close your mouth. You cannot. Look at that green citizen, stupid ass. Bitch, get education. Get out, get your GED, maybe you can get like one, nigga. Cause being around me, ain't running off. You're dumb as a brick, bitch. Dumb as a brick. The only thing you can do is sitting in a nigga car on a passenger side. I'm the cousin of the boy, big boy. Passenger side ass nigga. Riding with a nigga off a nigga name. When you smoke a hookah, bitch? When you did it? Since you been a cousin of the boy, choo. This nigga don't smoke no motherfucking hookah. Let me ask you a question. I see you pretty to your mouth. You like that fuck, don't you? But where's the smoke, bitch? You so used to taking that thing and swallowing them whole. Where's the smoke? You take it in. It must stay in. Do you know how to even smoke that motherfucker? No. You just want to look important. You ain't important, bitch. I could never use you for views, ho. The fuck you is. You running behind a nigga. You ain't established your channel yourself. You established your motherfucking channel behind Kwame, bitch. You go new ass, the motherfucking nigga. Stupid ass. You don't know how to say the fucking ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, but you sure know how to grab them nuts, don't you, bitch? Stupid ass snap-on. Let me ever see you snap-on. Give me that dick snap-on. Give me that dick snap-on. Give me that dick snap-on. I see snap-on. Snap-on. I got the snap-on T and the snap-on D, and you're ready to see. It's too the whole shit. Fucking around with your motherfucking eyes. Chinese. Who is you fucking in jail? A China nigga? 10 toes, 10 dudes? Oh, you dropping to the lemon Chinese soup? Stupid face ass bitch. Spin over. That's what you used to do. You better watch it, Kwame. All kind of shit might fly out this nigga ass in your car, my nigga. Make sure you put a little wig on. So that nigga think you one of them niggas he had. He was locked up with. Yeah, the one that was Jezebels in jail. Huh? The nut couples. Dick holders. That's all you gotta do. Stroke on. That's what the nigga do. Stroke up dick and stroke on. That's how the fuck you is. So you like playing with women? You like trying to fuck over women, bitch? Huh? That's what you like? Most niggas like you do like that type of shit. Cause you own one. Huh? Who brought you around in jail, bitch? That's why you out here now. Trying to act like you hard. People can see you a whole bitch. You behind a grown-ass motherfucking man that live in a mansion or somewhere around in the outskirts and good-ass lives with big old yards and lands and shit. What you got? Let me read my motherfucking phone, bitch. Let me see what you own, hey. Now, motherfucking thing. When you put these next, huh? You know about what's coming up, don't you? Yeah. I tell you what you do. You might get the witness when if you're going to put your snap-on teeth in behind in the judge's chambers and things, you know. Some of them frequent dicks. So you might look up, bitch, and get you a white one. But I've been over for your stupid ass. Out here trying to make another nigga turn. Bitch, you ain't nobody. You ain't gonna never be no fucking body. What you got? This nigga got almost 1 million subscribers. You still trailing in a 2 digits? Bitch, go grab one of them dogs in his yard and suck that dick harder than the fuck you doing. Maybe you can upgrade some of those subscribers. The fuck I'm gonna follow you for a whole. You follow another man in life. Cause you ain't got no motherfucking life. Where's your wife? Do you have one, bitch? Huh? Cause you're always with a nigga. Is you getting in your pussy? Lucy? Huh? Lucy? That's what they call you in jail. Cause you got that Lucy booty. Lucy booty on your bitch. That's what you is. Fuck them other niggas you mentioned. Fuck that other one. And fuck that other one too. You been on fire. I got the views off of him, you dumb bitch. You was there for that, weren't you? Weren't you? With your lame ass. You couldn't get no motherfucking views then, bitch. You ain't move up till you met Kwame. Like your little Kwame. Where's your cheerleaders? Your pom-pom. Give me a K. Give me an A. When you say A, you all nigga to get it. Your Kwame don't do that. He like pussy, like nigga. You look through the tootie with the open booty. That's you, hoe. You dick sucky. Huh? That's why you ain't got no teeth now, bitch. All them niggas in jail stood up in line and battered your motherfucking teeth. Clean false the penitentiary jail. Clean close that motherfucker pass up. Left. Did anybody? Okay, no, yeah, that's it. Bitch, go back and get your teeth, hoe. Coming at you with some snap-on shit. Like, fuck, that ain't snap-on. That's the same place everybody else did, bitch. You stick them in, you kick your tongue at the top, and you stick them and plop them on out. Like you done got some expensive shit. These motherfuckers is $600. But that's what the best part is, y'all. They go ahead and work out and with the money and shit. Yes, these are the same way they do in your food stamps. Just do well to keep that shit right here. Usually you can get it on the funeral package. If you ever get into a bad case of hurricanes and things, you can get yourself fever teeth. That's what people do. Fever teeth. This ain't nothing but old fever teeth. Old fever teeth. That's what that bitch got in his mouth. Now you think he's a shit, bitch. Talk about this 504, you dumb bitch. I bring a bait, hoe. I bring a bait, bitch. Fuck out of here. You think you all that on this motherfucker. You don't run YouTube, bitch. You don't even run your fucking house, hoe. Tell them where you used to be. Just like Hassan. You followed behind Hassan too, Dickie, a hoe. Always trying to come in. But did you get the way I got with him? No. And why is it all three of these niggas you named? I want to get views from you and that other nigga, Frenchie. That twist the shit the ass nigga booty hole nigga too. Loose Bruce is what they call him. Yeah, and then that other nigga, Hosanna, we already know what he do with his thighs. All three of you motherfuckers have one thing in common. And what is that? Dick! Every last one of you names up there on the screen, dick in your ass. That's what y'all do. Y'all some dick riders. But it is. Did a sound from your thighs too. No, you ain't got none, ho. That's why I call you skinny with your pot belly ass, bitch. How are you 58 at 18 months pregnant with that big ass belly walking around? I bet you the motherfucking fighter jail to see. Them niggas round. You ain't had to worry about a nigga being in the fucking shower area with your bad bill ass. Look at your eyes. Asian. China. Look at that. 18 shades of black is your bitch. What color that is under your eyes? Violet. Is it violet? Or copper tone? Take a pic, bitch. What you got? Eczema on your face? Nigga. Look like your nose is a sun visor for the tip, bitch. Fuck out of here with them fucking snap on feet. Fuck with me, hoe, when you grow up. Fuck with me when you get you a mansion. Fuck with me when you own your house. According to these documents I got right here in my motherfucking hands, bitch, nigga, you don't own a motherfucking thing. But your snap off and you ain't even own it yet. But they for FEMA. That was your piece, bitch, you got in your fucking face. Wow, it's cool. Using it, smiling. Hey, y'all. I'm just a cousin of a pussy boy. Wait, let the drums roll on. Let the drums roll on. Let Let the drums roll. Stupid ass. Let the drums roll, bitch. Ain't no eight on that. Let the drums roll up. Let the drums roll up. Stupid ass bitch. Ask your motherfucking age, bitch. Ain't you out the penitentiary? You will want to get your fucking life home and stop living other people's dreams that they accomplished. You bitch still living a nightmare. Look at you. Look at you. One eye that knows what to do with the next. Yeah, you and her fine friend. Both of y'all got the same eye that runs the fucking way from your face. Every time you show it on camera, sitting there cheesed up with all that gray in your nostrils, bitch. Please, home, move it. Talking about some serious shit. That ain't nothing but a little semen from jail in that fucking bowl, bitch. Mixed with a little paprika. That's it. That's all that is. And a little fat removes the percent cold. That's what the fuck it is. Let me tell you what you do. Because I'm not going to fuck with your whole ass after this. Because you ain't worth it. You don't have numbers that I need to run behind. Okay? I will never fuck with you again after this one. I'm going to let you know that. Okay? You ain't strong or big enough, bitch, for me to go back and forth with. You're a miscellaneous on YouTube. That's what you are, a miscellaneous nigga. See, Kwame got the real smile, bitch. You got the Reynolds. You a whole hoe out here, bitch. Look at your whole ass. Just like a lick. You can't take that lick yourself. So you got to bring in another bitch in a skirt and another hoe over there that's still out there in the Ross River looking for the nigga who he was fucking. All three of y'all put together can't beat one nigga, bitch. On a good day. A rainy one too. You can't do that. You can't do that. You got to sit on here like you listen to YouTube now. Making a little change, little coins in your pocket. If you got coins now, why are you dealing with a pain in the range teeth, bitch? Talk loud. Oh, you scared me off little. Oh, think about your teeth hole. Hey, I'm going to sit tonight. Bitch, you done brought me somewhere I thought I'd never come back to. Huh? Did I relapse? Do you want me to? What is that going to do? Is it going to put pocket change in your corn first? Nope. I'm sorry. I won't never relapse. But niggas like you or any nigga above you, bitch. My God, is who I deal with every day. That's my relationship. Not a nigga like you with false teeth, false life, false dick. Do you ever snap on dick too, bitch? Because I know them niggas kept your dick in jail. What they did when you rolled out, tossed you the skin? Hey! Yes, nigga! And your stupid ass caught your own skin out, bitch. You so dumb. That's why we got all that yellow shirt, that yellow school bus, that short one that took you up from here. Roll out! That nigga jumped on the track on me, together. Roll out! Oh, I can't wait. Let me go see if I can look up climbing around. Yeah. I'll be climbing around, man. I'll be just like it. I'll go be that twin. No, I'm just old cousin of big man. Bitch, stop swishing your tongue around when you say that. Don't say that. You're going to say that butt one too many times, and them snap-ons are going to come snapping out your face. Now, in the meantime, I would love to finish this conversation off with you, bitch, but I'm going to need you to go and do what you do best. Suck a dick.
I don't know how. Yeah.
guys would love to be a blessing to my YouTube channel, because I'm telling you right now, we're going to newer levels in the mighty, matchless name of Jesus. We're going to newer levels, y'all. Come on now. Come on with me to newer levels. Understand what I'm saying? Because let me tell you something. If you ain't going to a newer level with the WTC game, we leaving your ass behind. This first retreat, you're going to see it on YouTube. I'm putting the first retreat on YouTube. You're going to see how we get down. All positivity. All positivity. So let me tell you something. We ain't got no time to be going back. We're going to be celebrating success at the very first retreat. So if you join my WTC Mentor program, I will get you to the next level, and you will be a part of the WTC family, but you got to join, baby. If you guys would love to be a blessing to my YouTube channel, my Cash App, I have a new Cash App. It's $, God will provide 31. Once again, that's my new Cash App. Out with the O, in with the new. I need everybody to put that in the comments below. Say out with the O and in with the new. Stop holding on to old shit. Let it go. God got something new, newer, better for you. Understand where I'm coming from. And I'm witnessing it right now. My PayPal is God will provide 30. Whatever God put in your heart to give. I'm not demanding anything. I'm not begging for anything. I'm truly blessed. Trust me, I'm blessed. But whatever God put in your heart to give, because this is one of the realest videos I ever made.
Because I would like to share.
If you guys really believe in 11:11, sow a seed of $11.11, and I promise you, God will give you double, triple, or whatever you ask Him to do for you. I'm teaching y'all that when you give, it always comes back, baby. Come on, understand what I'm saying? And just know one thing. Your enemies, your adversaries, and your haters should be your biggest motivators. So if you don't do this free, you know you got to be right. If you need prayer, you already know you got a prayer warrior. If you need motivation, if you need inspiration, baby, you already know you got the best motivational speaker in the whole wide motherfucking world. I said it. That's right. I said it, YouTube. In the whole wide fucking world. We're the chosen ones. Be blessed.
Singing chosen ones, how you doing? What's up, y'all? I'll be feeling chosen ones. What's going on with y'all? Shout out to the star seeds, divine ones. Understand what I'm about to say? You know what I mean? God is doing some wonderful things in our life. We gotta be focused. I'm gonna get straight to the title today. They can't believe me that you are still standing strong. They really, right now, they're in disbelief that you are still standing strong. It doesn't make any sense. Listen what I'm about to say right now, y'all. Thank you for everybody for viewing this video. I need everybody to stay tuned to the very end of this video. Understand that God's the man, and understand that God is the command. These people are in disbelief that you are still out here, independent, on your own, standing on your own 2 feet. And you know why they are so in disbelief? Because they're the first motherfuckers that betrayed you. That's deep, man. I tell y'all, man, it's about to get deeper than any ocean or swimming over here. Somebody's trying to explode because we get hot over here. Understand what I'm saying? See, they took your kindness for weakness, man. They took your love and
She comment on it, but don't talk
peace
to
and
it.
your happiness for weakness. It's
She
one
comment on
because
it, but don't say nothing. Don't talk to it.
they knew you were chosen. They knew that you were this special person. So then guess what they did?
they plotted all kinds of evil setbacks against you, and have tricks up their sleeves and
I guess they gonna.
treat you like you was a stranger on the street.
I guess they gonna
They come to
forget
find out this stranger on the street is now treating the chosen ones like they're chosen. That's crazy. They treat you like a stranger.
the ones that know they can make it somewhere they live. Certainly not, and we know
Good day, everybody. My name is Todd Stain. Thank you very much for tuning in
it.
today.
I can go it like. And Aaron's brother, he I guess they got a program there, at his culture, but he butchered. So I said,
If you're alone in the wild, you wear this.
yeah, so I said, he wants to,
Bearskin
he
tactical
wants to
hoodie.
sell
Designed with 6 pockets. It's loved by thousands of men across the world. Why? Because it's 100% windproof, water resistant, and ready to tackle the wild outdoors or the couch. Available in 4 colors to suit any adventure. This is the last hoodie you
but the mama don't whoop him, she has to call off the kid. Like the school called him, said to come pick him up in the car, the kid said, "Nah, kid."
Break out of hibernation with 280 grams of double down woven fleece. The perfect blend of strength and comfort with ultimate weather resistance. Finished with reinforced zips, hands, and cuffs. And an adjustable elastic waistband for an incredible fit. Never too baggy. It fits perfectly over clothes or on its own. Get superior wind and rain protection with a soft shell hood and extended beak. And enjoy extra mobility with this custom thumb holes for comfort and versatility. Need more storage space? Make the most of 6 secure pockets, 2 front pockets, 2 arm pockets, and 2 extra pockets at the back. This is what ultimate weatherproof comfort looks like. Great for hiking, hunting, camping, fishing, traveling, or crawling up an iceberg on your hands and knees. It's simple to shop and order online. And we have an easy returns policy to make sure you get the perfect hoodie. Discover why men love the bearskin hoodie when you order yours today. Click the link below to choose your size and get 60% off with free delivery today. And go from the city streets to the mountain peaks with the bearskin hoodie.
Good day, everybody. My name is Todd Stain. Thank you very much for tuning in today. I've got a very special show for you. I'm going to be putting out an episode from Brian from Sasquatch Odyssey. This incredible show. I'm sure many have seen it before. And I'm going to start putting it up every Tuesday for the next 8 weeks. See how it goes. He has been an outspoken opponent, detractor of pod standing for many, many years. So it was my pleasure to finally go on his show and butt heads with him, as you'll see in the full episode. You might have heard it on the Sasquatch Odyssey podcast, but you've never seen the video footage of it. So I'm going to play that for you today. And at the end of this video, I will have a few things to say in response to this very, very impressive show, very, very impressive interview. You can say what you want about the man, but he does great interviews, highly respect his work, and I'll be very happy with his video. He has a podcast, and it's in the link below. You can have a look at how to listen to many, many of his podcasts. He's got dozens and dozens of episodes that he's done over the years that are absolutely amazing. So only 8 that he has videoed, so I'm going to be running 8 here to see how that goes. So have a watch, and at the end, I'll have a final thought on how I feel about Brian and the Sasquatch Odyssey.
All right, folks, I want to welcome our guest tonight. It's none other than Todd Stain. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. It's my pleasure. I'm excited to talk to you. I've actually talked about you with so many people that have been on my show. Most recently, probably was Les Stroud. We had a 30-minute conversation about you. I have Les on the show. And I'm stoked that you actually came on the show. So I want to get right into it. Most people know about your work, the things that you've done in the Bigfoot. But I want to talk about something that popped up on my radar just recently. And some of the videos that I saw you posted about the plan to kill a Bigfoot. Can we talk a little bit about that and how that came about and sort of what that process has been for you and where you are on that subject at this very moment?
Well, what happened was a group of people that really have an excellent budget and they have all the means required to go and pull off a potential assassination of the Sasquatch, bring back a body. They built all their information on me. So they spent years watching me. They learned from me. They found an area where there was Sasquatch based on my information. So, and the plan that I had looked, when I first looked at it, it was scary because these are some high-end people that really had an excellent plan of action. They had all the equipment, talking helicopters, I'm talking high ground. They had everything all planned. They have thermal images of Sasquatch that would be totally blow the world away. So they really had the equipment to do it. And it scared me in that I knew that they weren't going to be able to go in there and just shoot one. They were going to have to take on the whole family. I know what happens when you go into a family. It's no different than gorillas. When you come back with one baby gorilla, most of the family, if not all of them, were assassinated to bring that baby home. Diane Fossey was, really passionate about teaching people that. So initially, I got into it and I started talking about it. And I always want to. It's really important to me to look at both perspectives, as hard as it is. I learned this even with the native people. Bury the hatchet. You make peace with your enemies, not with your friends. So I really looked at it, and then I made the video because I had so many expeditioners and colleagues and friends. I just made the video, make it public. I like to be transparent, just to keep an open mind. The backlash was profound. People were very angry about it. But what happened was all my colleagues got back to me. I spent a week, and then I actually showed my personal private colleagues the plan. And look, this is not going to work because they're missing this, they're missing that, they're missing all these things that you know about that you don't go public with. So I came back a week later. I did the follow-up video that nobody's watching, and explained that I couldn't do it. There's no way I could go in and harm Sasquatch and destroy everything that I hold dear. I literally leave the Sasquatch habitat and get teary-eyed because I'm leaving my friends for the season. You know what I mean? When the snow falls, I leave all winter, and I get really I get emotional because of all the amazing things that we've done and how they chose to interact with me. Even all the way back into the Survivorman shows. Literally 2014 and 13, when they came around, they interacted with Survivorman so much. I remember leaving with them, I'd be like, I'm gonna miss you. And Leslie, what's the matter? They came around, they were interacting, they were so good, So it was a good exploration for me. But now what they have to realize is they have shown me the plan, and I am aware of where it is, and now I'm going to destroy that plan. That was the follow-up video. Sorry guys, I have an expeditioner out in your area. We're going to be there we're going to be there a month before you ever do this. We're going to be there a month after. I'm going to make sure you have no chance of ever harvesting a Sasquatch. So now it really is me versus them. And they were astonished. Because these guys are big game hunters. They kill, and they just have that mentality. No disrespect to it. It's just they have that mentality. Just animals are animals. Kill them, harvest them. And there's a good 25% of people that are fans of mine. So yeah, go shoot one. Go bring it back. Because the overall good it could do might outweigh the negativity that comes with it, right? But anyway, no, it's not going to happen. I won't allow it to happen. So now it's not standing versus them, and they're pretty upset. But their option now is make peace with me, and let's go and let's. They have the equipment, have the money. Let's do a long-term research study. They have the helicopters, the thermal equipment, the budget to do it. So and they're reconsidering that. Well, they're reeling right now because they literally have paid for helicopters and airplane tickets for people to come out. All these different people that were going to come in, and it's not going to work. They know it's not going to work anymore. So now they're trying to reassess, maybe pick a different date, maybe verse me a little more, but they're going to lose. And because another thing I've realized is I don't tell people everything. There's a lot more that Sasquatch are capable of that is out there. And so, I'm not going to allow them to ever harm the Sasquatch. And it was a really good journey for me to take because you don't know until I was really faced with, man, get a body, be a part of it. And even when they got the body, hey, let's do everything your plan. Let's take the body your way. I don't care about the money. These guys are filthy, stinking, rich. Well, these are oil people from Canada. The oil that comes out of here, it's like Texas, These guys They laughed because we made a couple extra billion last month because we jacked the gas prices in one province in Alberta. We made a couple billion, just playing around with numbers, having some fun. We woke up one day, make a couple extra billion. So these guys they never think about money. And honestly, not much in my mind too when it comes to the reality of how important this discovery is. So there'll be I'll make it very clear. I'm very, very no-kill, and I always will be. And but I always listen to other people's perspectives, and I would appreciate the opportunity to try to illuminate people to the reality. This is not a hunt for even a man. No man has ever been in perfect equilibrium in the world, just like perfect, like at levels where even understand this. They use telepathy. Telepathy is very real. If you don't understand telepathy is real, you're in the dark ages now. All the universities, everybody acknowledges that telepathy is real. These guys are literally communicating with each other. The military, they have those headsets, they're communicating. Sasquatch are in each other's minds, communicating with one another. Never mind, they're born and raised, they know the ecology, they're the best hunters and trackers that have ever lived. And who's to say if they can, we're almost the same species. We're literally nothing more than a subspecies of what Sasquatch is. Because the DNA shows we've successfully bred with them and produced viable offspring. I have that DNA research right here, right in front of me. So that's happened. That's a legit scientific fact confirmed by people like Jeff Meldrum. So if we're the same species, who's to say they can't get in our heads? And that's a whole other level, right? Now, and even things like the infrasound that knocks you out. It was knocked out by infrasound. Are you guys prepared to take that on? So I think the loss of life, that fight might have been lost by these people, So they can be pissed at me, but I'll tell them right straight. I think I saved more lives than anything. I'm talking about your lives, right? So who knows? Like I remember playing with I was working with a king cobra snake, and they do that thing where they you get it to watch your hand and watch your hand. And sometimes a snake will become alert to the hand as part of your body. You never want them to do that, because once they realize the hand is the body, they come after you. And for me, with the Sasquatch, when they realize that hand where it reaches to and where you are and where you live, do you want to go to the wilderness now where you've been harming and killing? You know what I'm saying? They can come back to you. They think they live up there safe somewhere far away. But this is not some animal you're dealing with. Their connectivity goes all the way into everywhere and everything. So remote viewing is very real. So you think you're immune, you go shoot a Sasquatch, you shoot your son or my son, I'm coming for you. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go hell and high water. That's the way we are. And I can't see them being any different. Boy, I don't want to go to war with a being that can do the things they do. So I feel happy and very confident in the results of that whole situation.
Well, I did watch those videos. I watched the first video. I have to admit, I left that video thinking, holy shit, did he just say he's going to help these people kill the Sasquatch? Because when I watched the first video, I sort of got the feeling that you were actually considering this on some level. And then I went and watched the second video. Made it absolutely clear. And that's kind of why I wanted to start with that on the show, because I wanted people to understand, clickbait and people that watch the first video and they'll watch the first 5 or 6 minutes and say, oh yeah, well, here's Todd's talking about killing Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And that's not exactly accurate. So I appreciate you clearing that up and talking about it. Let's talk about go ahead.
Remember the other thing too, the reality, they were watching that video. And I was in negotiations with them that week. This is one of those things, you can watch the Avengers in the beginning. Black Widow is there in a chair, getting her ass kicked, and they come in, she goes, these idiots were telling me everything. They told me everything. Everything. It was one of those first time in my life, keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. That's what I had to do. It's very important to keep them close, get them to trust me. And now I have the ability to completely destroy their plan. So it works. And for the bigger picture, it's not about clickbait, it's about protecting the Sasquatch. And that was my priority. And even going public like that, and then go, wow, we're really convinced. And maybe I never said yes, but I really kept my doors open. And I really let it, And the truth is too, I really was, again, to know your own enemy, right? To make peace with your enemy, really think like them. And I just went on that journey, and I'm grateful for it.
It's definitely the best way to get information, right? Is sort of be behind enemy lines and figure out what the plan is so you can eventually forward the plan. And that's one of the things that when I had Jeff Novum on my show, Jeff and I talked about DNA. We talked about proving this species as being real, outside of being just a novel species, something that's actually physically real. And I asked Dr. Novum at the time, is DNA enough? Is it going to be enough? And he said unequivocally, no, it's not. It's going to take a while. And that's something I struggle with. I've definitely struggled with that. As many people as I've talked to that have had encounters with these things over the years, I've had what I believe to be my own encounters. I struggled because I want this to prove, not for just the world, but for myself, because I want those answers myself, right? So I guess my question to you is, and I know the struggle has to be real for you, you talked about it already. How do you come to terms with the fact that I believe that there's got to be a body that's got to be produced, probably even two, before scientists sit there and say, okay, this is a real species? Are you still on the train that we're going to be able to find one of these things that has to go naturally, or eventually do you think somebody's going to drag one of these things in after it's been shot and here you get a world?
I'll tell you, quite a few years ago, I shot a piece of footage of Sasquatch. It's kind of a long story, just quickly. I was in the water, and a grizzly bear was stalking me to kill me. And the Sasquatch came out when I was in a river, and I was filming them. They came out, they were trying to tell me to turn around and look at the bear who was stalking me to kill me. And then when the bear came and charged at me, I spun around the water, dropped my camera, pulled my gun out, did what I had to do to keep myself alive. But I'm telling you, that piece of footage would have convinced the world. I would say, when I get eyes blinking, nose flaring, like I had teeth. I have the Sasquatch, his foot was on a rock. I could see the midterms look joint. I saw the toes move. I remember looking at it going, Melton's going to lose his mind. There it is. The foot, the joint, everything. I must have had about 2 minutes of footage in full HD, cloudy day, perfect lighting conditions. And they were moving and grunting and making sounds. It was Jake. And I lost that footage. But I'll tell you, when that footage happens again, and this species is real, my success is mind-blowing every year. We're getting better and better. We're growing. What you saw in 2013 with Survivorman, and what I did with him is I would whoop that. Like, my research is infinitely better now. I'm superior, so far superior to that. I believe this discovery is coming in the next 4 years because I will get a piece of video evidence. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. It is going to happen. And if science, can you imagine? So I come forward with such HD footage. Like, this makes my other stuff look like just garbage. The most crystal clear, amazing footage of Sasquatch. I'll get 10 million people on board. Those 10 million people will turn into 20, will turn into 30. Science can kiss my ass. They can be at the back end of this. Because even right now I'm growing. I must have 50 people, at least half of those that have come out on physical expedition with me, that have live interacted or seen a Sasquatch. Where are you? How come you're not coming up and seeing a Sasquatch with me? Gotta book yourself an expedition, my friend. That's what I do. Look, you know what I say? Don't take my word for it. Come up with me, and I will show you a Sasquatch. And the day Fish and Wildlife go, let's shut this punk up. Give him a 3-month ecological survey. I'll get out there and show them a Sasquatch. And the court case is not done. In case you're unaware, I went to court with a knife, and they showed up with guns. What I did is I learned my lesson. Next time I go into court, I'm showing up with a bazooka. So I'm going to smoke them. The whole purpose of court is to force Fish and Wildlife to come up with me, and I'll show them a Sasquatch, like I've been doing, like I did with Survivorman, like I did with Jeff Meldrum. The list goes on and on, right? So the discovery's coming. Have profound faith in it. And there something's going to happen. Human beings are encroaching. Some miracle will happen. All we have to do is just wait for it. And I already made a promise. A year ago, I said 4 years, so I got 3 years. And the way things are going right now, I'll get that HD footage, but even more amazing will happen. I'll have the other point of my expeditioners too, is get these people that are incredibly gifted coming out with me. One day I want to film one of them having a Sasquatch walk out and take an hour. HD footage right there. There's no ego with me. I have these expeditioners that are coming out and they're going on their own journey. There's one guy now, as an example, this 11-year-old Sasquatch and an 11-inch tracker loves him. He's a very special guy. He's been obsessed with Sasquatch since he was little. That Sasquatch likes him. They have these incredible interactions. Like, dude, you go on your own. Go. Make the discoveries. Anybody. That's one of my movies out there. That's why I do my videos. I'm trying to educate people. I want somebody somewhere to take it to that next level, to extend that olive branch and connect with the Sasquatch. Our matrix, where's our Neo? Right? I'm Morpheus. That's how I feel like. Seriously. And maybe someday Morpheus would have taken on those agents. But I feel like I'm using everything I can to teach. The movie Discovering Bigfoot is not for anybody. It's for all of us. All that footage is for all of us. I can't tell you how many times people hug me. Man, I saw Sasquatch, and you showed Jeff Melton and John Barrett's fire. They cry on me like, man, I can tell people now. I can hold my head up because those people know, and those people have seen it. And there's the footage. This is what I saw. So something's gonna break somewhere. I've met too many people. I have too many conversations going on. It's such a big deal, and it's this. Don't lose heart. I remember John Benedict told me about 5 years before he passed away, when I first met him. He said that he would really like to see this discovery happen in his lifetime. Of course it'll happen in your lifetime. It didn't. And I think of Grover Plants and all these. Even Jeff Meldrum. I just saw him. You know, I love the guy. He's amazing. He's got heart problems. He's not 50 anymore. You know what I mean? So how long is Jeff Meldrum? The amazing Jeff Meldrum. How long is he going to be with us? Will it be in his lifetime? And time matters. It really, really matters. So I fight for this. I bleed for this, and I work with dozens of other people that just this has to happen. And I am a full-time Sasquatch researcher. I don't know how many people can say that. This is all I do. I make films, I make shows, I make videos, all for the discovery of Sasquatch. I wake up every morning and I hurt my ass out of bed because I got to meet that person and do that thing or teach somebody. You know what I mean? It's all about this incredible discovery. I want my children to grow up a book, like one of those DK books about gorillas, where it shows tree breaks and how tall they are and how fast they are, how big their hands are, their anatomy, their intellectual capacity. They're not an animal in the sense that they're going to get recognized as a people. Do you doubt that? A people. Sentient, land rights. That's probably the biggest issue. That's probably why it's been covered up. You can't go log on their land. And you talk about an indigenous species. Nobody is more indigenous. Like these guys are naked, surviving like feet up, no problem, complete equilibrium. You know. So, but they'll have rights. How can we deny that to them? They're the original indigenous species, and I think that's the biggest uphill battle. This discovery's coming. One day they're going to have a 4K mosquito drone, right? That flies on solar power. How's Sasquatch going to hide from that? And if you don't think that's coming, you're not paying attention. I was there for the first drones 10 years ago. They're 50 times better now. And all this, like that technology, nobody votes on technology. That happens every year. Phones are getting smaller. Technology, even the satellites and stuff, right? They can't hide. In fact, I think you got to kind of laugh if you think. It doesn't matter how great they are, eventually something's going to break. Their record to date is nearly perfect, but something's going to give, you know?
I definitely agree. And I've got to get this out of the way because I will be honest. I had a conversation with Russ Stroud when Russ was on the show, and I talked about some of the evidence that he put forward in some of these videos, and I don't want to spend a ton of time on it, but my listeners are going to kick my ass if I don't mention this on the show because I've got you. And when Les and I had the conversation, I said to him, point blank, I said, Todd Stanton has the best HD quality evidence that Bigfoot exists on this planet that I've ever seen, or he's the greatest hoaxer that's ever lived. And we had a conversation about that lasted about 30 minutes. And at the end of that, Les was your biggest supporter in all of it. He was like, look, I've spent time with this guy. He is the real deal. He has boots on the ground. And he said, as far as his video evidence is concerned, I held those SD cards, the evidence in my hand. And he said, I saw nothing in that video or any of those videos that would lead me to believe that evidence is fake. And I've said it on the show before that I thought that it's possibly that stuff was fake, right? Now, I've also talked to other people since I've talked to him. I interviewed Cameron Buckner last night for the show. And Cameron has met you and spent time with doing interviews.
Like that, yeah.
And said the exact same thing about you. So I will be man enough to admit the shit I've said about you in the past. And I have shifted that opinion because now I have had conversations with you. So let's talk a little bit about the videos and things that you've produced in the past. for those people that have those opinions that stuff isn't HD quality video of Sasquatch, what do you say to those people like me in that camp who had doubts about it?
Gosh, look at the evidence that is against it is just ridiculously preposterous, right? You hear crap like, because Jeff investigated at the very beginning. My dad dated a woman who owned a fabric store, so that proves it. Well, that's not true. My sister's a special effects maid, but that's not true. It's all lies. And what you hear from them is, why you proved him a fake? But Jeff would go, no, I need to hear it. Like, why? His sister's a special effects artist. No, she's not. And I proved that. I can prove that. But really, it's frustrating. Even some of the, probably the dumbest thing I hear, and I'm sorry, it's ignorant. People have put my head in the Sasquatch, and I just heard it last couple of days ago. So I can't get over the way your head matches up with the Sasquatch. That's video 5. It's Jake, and I did a video showing Jake's head is like this big. It's like that tall, and I conclusively proved it's like 5 times the size of my head. And people are still all those proportions on that. I don't know what to say. Like when people can't break the paradigm. And you know what is profoundly in my defense is I take people up, and when Jeff Meldrum saw Sasquatch, he freaking well saw Sasquatch, man. Like in 3 days with me. But wouldn't you expect that from a man who has 8 videos public? 9, 10, 11, 12, all coming, my friend. More coming. I'm never going to stop. And what John talked about, John was with me for longer than Jeff. He did 9 days straight with me. And John was like, he wouldn't even talk to me the first, 8 days. He was barely saying anything. He was so skeptical. He always had his arms crossed. He'd make funny faces. When he did that last day's interview, I was lucky I had it on a tripod because I literally would have dropped the camera. He was like, this is all real. This man's legit. I've heard he checked every fact. This man was taking notes. He re-questioned me. And then he asked me about this, and he asked me specific details about every video, on and on, list of it. And all he found was absolute profound truth in every single thing, because it's not a story. I was there. You can ask me a question no one's ever asked me before, and I'll have you the answer that fast, because I just go, oh yeah, that's what happened that day. Well, this is what was going on. Because it's all absolutely 100% factual. It's just, and you know, again, don't take my word for it. Come up, like Survivor Man. That dude, when he came out with me, he said, look, I'm going to get famous for proving you're a hoax or a liar. I'm famous for proving that you're legit. And what did he do? He's Survivor Man. He's a beast. He's so freaking tough. And the stuff we did backcountry, and he had so much faith in me. I was his guy and kept him safe. You know, he was calm and never things like lost or like he would literally go, let's go there. And we'd go that way and go, okay, what's over there? That and this, there's some breaks over there. He'd be like, dude, you've been everywhere. I know. I'm like, Boots, I know this whole area backwards and forwards, and I know it 1/100th as good as the Sasquatch do. But I'm legit out there. I legit fight for this discovery. I think a special effects makeup artist that I spoke to from Wicca, who did like Lord of the Rings and stuff, he was gonna give me a job. He's like, man, you're so amazing. It's clearly fake, but your stuff, you're incredible. I'm like, I could never duplicate that. But at the end of the conversation, he said, well, you know what? If you are faking this though, you're doing it to prove the species is real. And bing, 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 bing. So this is what you're left with. If I am faking it, I faked it for species protection, for species recognition, and to teach people about the species. Because I sure shit am finding tracks. I sure shit tell you that the structures and the breaks and the sightings, like Jeff Meldrum will never, ever, ever. If you look at him and say, well, that was some dude you had you tricked, Jeff was there. But you're in the hell of middle of nowhere. There's no dude smashing trees, busting the ground. Like Sasquatch came around, interacted, and then showed himself to Jeff. That's what makes Jeff so special too, is people don't talk about that. Sasquatch said, look at this, bitch. He went right across that open area. And Jeff was standing right there. That Sasquatch was 30 yards of him, and he let Jeff see him. That year I left teary-eyed because they just showed themselves to a PhD Jeff Meldrum. How brave were they? If Jeff would have had a gun, he would have blown holes in it. But they've been watching Jeff for 3 days, and Jeff has been obsessed with this topic his whole life since he was a little nerdy boy. And that's why they did it, because they know, they get it. So we're just going to keep making this discovery happen. I'm so proud of the footage I have. I don't do expeditions so much like that anymore because it was nearly killing me. Like I'd come back from those expeditions and just lay down for 3 days and just get fed and sleep and, recover. I would lose, I'm lean and I'd lose 20, 30 pounds of muscle. Like it was like Navy SEAL training. I'd go out there and just annihilate my body. And I would fail most times. 1 in 10 times I'd get success, and all the effort and all the blood that I put into it. And see, nobody questions that anymore. Anybody who's been out with me, they know my skill set. They know I'm an excellent tracker. I had a U.S. Ranger, the Special Forces Ranger dude, come up to me, dropped his knife. He's like, "Oh my God, I'll never find him." I'm like, "Dude, I'll backtrack." He goes, "Are you really that good?" 2 hours later, boom, there's his knife. Backtracked right to the spot. So you get it when you come up with me. That's why Jeff and Les have so much faith, because they've been out with me. They've bled. Jeff Belgium is a tough dude. When I took him out those years ago, man, he never missed a step. He's a really tough, awesome, amazing dude. And it goes back to them too. Survivor Man's a freaking beast. He's the godfather of survival TV. That guy is so tough. I couldn't do what he did. You want to hear me say something? I couldn't do 10 days. If you did 10 days in the bush with me with no food, either I would die or the bear that tried to kill me would die. Like somebody's gonna die. So he's got that endurance body. Like I'm 6'3", he's 5'10". I'm 220, he's like 180. And those little guys are killing out in the endurance. People often talk about the Rock, these big dudes. Those little guys will smoke you every time. They've got endurance for miles. If you're one of those little dudes and you're tough like that, I give you guys, sprinters get killed. And this is a long race. Everything you do is about the length of time. And those guys are those endurance monsters like Survivor Man. I just have so much respect for him. He asked me to do Survivor Man. I was like, I can't do that. You're a freaking animal, man. There's no way Survivor. Let's just start you out in 7 days. 7 days, no food? Nope. That takes years off your life, So, because I used to do that crap, but I'm not built for that anymore. And I don't need, that doesn't need to be the way. I'm wiser now. When the stuff comes out about the success, they're taking apples now from me. They're making little cool structures for me. They're interacting with my expeditioners that are coming back over and over. I literally have like a full-time Sasquatch research center in Canada, in the hottest spot I've ever found in the world, with a Sasquatcher interacting with people. And I'm in every second week, and someone else is in every second week. And something's gonna break because it's too much absolutely astonishing, amazing things happening for this research. Be excited, get excited. Don't lose hope. Don't lose faith. And even talking about my footage too, I met Bob Gimlin. Everybody called this footage fake in the beginning, and it did the test of time, and that's what you're doing, the test of time. I remember he told me once, he stood up on a table and talked to people at the Sasquatch Summit. He said, 20 years ago I was this man. I saw a Sasquatch. Mr. Jake, this is a Sasquatch. He said, in 20 years' time, they'll be giving you little awards and stuff like this, but I remember how you treated me. For 20 years, I was a liar and a fraud, just like you're doing to this man right here. History's repeating itself. And that's why you're coming around. That's why everybody's going to come around, because I'm not going anywhere, and I am telling the truth, and the truth will set me free, and I am going to be transparent, because it's made me a very happy person.
Well, I do appreciate that more than today. I appreciate you taking time to address it. Let's talk about a couple of things that Les and I talked about that I want to talk to you about. I always interview people about their encounters. I get these folks on the show that have these sort of outrage experiences. And we're not necessarily going to go down that path of meeting people, but there's a couple of things that stuck out to me that Les shared with me. One of the things that happened was apples being taken on camera while he was up there.
Yeah.
And it was really outside of just this little thing that came into the frame. It's like it just disappeared. And of course, he shared with me later in the interview, he talked about his mind screens, telepathic connection he had with Sasquatch, I think, with a couple of different times.
Yes.
But let's talk about that. Just touch on it for a bit. You spent time in the bush with someone. You're probably more boots on the ground than anybody that they talk to. What do you think about that type of interaction? You think there is more to these things than just flesh and blood? You think there's sort of a paranormal aspect to these things? Have you experienced any of that yourself?
Not at all. They're simply just that amazing. two examples. First of all, I'll talk about the apple getting taken. So the apple got taken on his second year out to radio. That's when the apple got taken on camera. They were taken the year before, but we just didn't get a camera out there. And that was my little bro Jacob that took that. He's at the time he was about 12. Now he's like 17. He's a monster now. That's my Sasquatch. He took it, but in season 1, Les wakes up and he goes, I heard the rock knocking. Like, so Sasquatch woke him up rock knocking. And then he heard across the top of the mountain. What he heard, if you take a stick and you whip it really fast, when a Sasquatch hits full speed, they will literally make a whipping sound as they go by like a car. That's how, and he's moving through dense terrain up on the side of a mountain where there's no flat ground, and they do that. It's not paranormal. That's exceptional, incredible speed and ability, period. Another thing that I've seen them do, so that's all it has for that camera, is that thing went off so fast, but Jake, when he hit that tree flying, grabbed that thing, he was on the ground and gone in 2 seconds. So all you would have heard if we would have woke up with him, he grabbed that thing, he's gone. He's just fast. Like they're super fast, super powerful. That's why I admire them so much. But another thing to talk about that paranormal, this is just skill. So people talk about them getting shot and going in the middle of the field and disappearing, their track set. Okay, so that happened to me 1 year. So I have this set up to find to catch a Sasquatch, monster little deals. They come out, they take the gifts that we give them, and the Sasquatch starts walking. I'm going to catch him. I want 3 of us on this. He's not going anybody. So tracks are running, big spaces, right? Right in line perfectly. Suddenly they're walking. Whoa, so we slow down. They walk right in the middle of the field. Stop. What the bugger did? This is the best tracker in the world. That bugger started walking because you can't jump back into your tracks. He walked in the middle of the field. Then he walked back into his tracks, hit a tree, jumped from tree to tree to tree, and disappeared. And we actually found evidence that first of all, the trees that he jumped on, the snow was shaking off of them. And then the other thing was, once in a while, there would be 2 steps, and then to the next tree. So we just got outdone. He wasn't a tracker. And when that happened, I knew this guy is not going to say he disappeared. This is not fourth-dimensional crap. I was just versing the greatest trackers that ever lived. He smoked me. They'll smoke you every time. There's 50 other things they do for a day. You're not following the greatest trackers in the world. They'll smoke you. But that's why people think they're paranormal, because people do that and give up and go, oh, you're just disappearing. But it's not. They're just that smart, they're that good, they're that exceptional. And it's hard for us to understand because literally, I'm at a track. Like, there are people that are like, so a good tracker is here, I'm up here, then you get the old natives way up here, and you get the Sasquatch middle level above them. So, and I just
Whoa. Wow. Whoa. But man, I made it back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thanks to all the people that was in the chat. Thank you very much. Okay. Man. Whew. Kind of like hot. Okay, y'all. Let me finish this right here. What I was talking about 2 hours ago. If ashes were diamonds, will you scoop them up? If ashes were diamonds, will you scoop them up? Man, it's pretty heavy. Nobody deserves it. Like over here, we got matter of fact, I got something to show y'all. Just wait. I want y'all to see this. Okay, y'all might not be familiar with this, but yeah, you're about to be familiar with it. I'm gonna let this very important thing do the talking. Y'all happy I returned, huh? Great. Let me see. Okay, let me pull this thing up. Oh, you know what that is right now. Come on, y'all. Yep, got that wrong. Guess what I meant. I got something very important for y'all to see. Mm-hmm. Oh, they got a YouTube mix on that one. Mm-mm. Oh man. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Got a lot of stuff going on. Yep. Sorry about that. Is that it? Wait. There we go. That's it. The thought of war blows my mind. It's so true. Oh, I'm sorry. Absolutely nothing. God. What? What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Good God. Whoa. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Good God. God. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. What is it good for? Ain't nothing but a heartbreaker. War. Y'all believe that? Yeah, I know y'all know. Nothing but a heartbreaker. You right. Let y'all finish listening to the song. And I'm gonna pause and stop because of copyright infringement. I gotta pause and stop. You can't play the whole song out, right? I have to keep stopping, start. I can sing certain snippets of the song, and I can't lip sync the song. I have to say it along with him. I can't karaoke this song. It definitely be copyright infringement. Music with my words to the song. Oh yeah. This is the original. Undertaker. Got one thing, that's the Undertaker. It's all right. Walk in your life, it'll only take it away. I know y'all believe that. Y'all in it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know you had these haters out here. They ain't gonna like me for trying to sue the people. But I've been stumbled upon this. So had to get it out. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's keep going. Take it. Y'all hear that? Gotta stop right there. I can't really say much on that. But y'all know who they talking about. hmm You know where it's made from. It is over here, I just let the song keep going, all right? I don't want no problems, I can't say no names or whatever. It's just over here. So you got to be a better way. So President Putin, you think there's a better way? When you land in your bed tonight, or tomorrow, or the next day, think there's a better way. Or you think somebody has, put you in tunnel vision where allegedly sending you all kind of propaganda, allegedly, that you can't think, or trying to see if your mind is okay, trying to see you might be stressed, you can have a mental breakdown, over this right here. So it's the Zealous Award, allegedly, like the fairy tale. They say over here, we got in books, like London bridges all fall down. I mean, say Humpty Dumpty, sit on the wall, Humpty Dumpty, had a great fall. All the kings men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. That little fairy tale book over here that we read, Humpty Dumpty was like a big egg and stuff, like real fat and stuff, And he sat on the wall. And Humpty Dumpty wanted to be a king, but he was too hasty and trying to make it be a king. He didn't have no patience, so he got up on the wall. He just wanted to look over at the other castle. I think it was near his house or whatever, or he might have been like a prince or whatever. Yeah, he was a prince, but he wanted to be a king. But he made a mistake and sat on the wall, and he was a big eggshell, and he fell down off the wall, and he had a great fall. So all the king's men and all the king's horses tried to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, but he couldn't do it. The eggshell had splattered all over the place, Allegedly, that's just fairy tales over here, But it's like really true in real life. Okay. Let's get finished with the soothing song. Song that's very well needed. That's it, y'all. And that man's name is Edwin Starr. He is the originator of that song. So I must give him props. Gotta say his name. Can't leave him out. War. What is he good for? Absolutely nothing. Yep. All right, y'all. Sorry it took so long to come back. But I had some business to tend to, you know. But I ain't gonna stay long. And I like to say, like, if people that's been affected, you know, you upload over people once before all this happened, and you'll be once before all this ends. You know, sometimes when things happen, you know, it'd be like, you know, whatever person up there you believe in, sometimes you moving out of place to find a better place. You always have to stay in your homeland. He move you up. Sometimes, no matter how good you was living before, might be even better after a while. Might be even better. Okay, you can say like, what can be better than the crumbles of war? Still got your life, you know. So you know those buildings that was, you know, attacked allegedly, just minuscule compared to how big the country is, you know. So, uh, like we know, it's not, you know, y'all fault. It's just sometimes in life, it's just the way certain things happen, certain people, you know. Sometimes, you know, people can do things because lack of communication, you know. They really want to say it up front, but uh, it could be one thing and he tell you another thing. Just simple a phone call or letting another person know what you're doing. It's just called communication and respect, you know. So lack of communication destroy a lot of things, you know. These days, it's mostly like people that's married, you know. Uh, lack of communication destroy marriages, you know. It ain't really financial, you know. And mostly, you know, people that marry these days, you know, they upwardly mobile, you know. Half, I say like 85%, you know, they doing their own thing, you know. They're very proficient, you know, people. So whatever Vladimir Volosky and President Vladimir Putin didn't do in the future has now affected millions of people in the present. So you can't hate the other person and praise the other person. We don't know what kind of communication the people didn't promote to each other. So you can't really say. You can say one thing, why you feel like you're doing it, and it can be another thing. But I'll say this: you have to respect the position that Vladimir Putin is in. You know, the man been a KGB. He's been in that era since he almost, you know, in the 20s and stuff, the end of his 20s. So he had a sufficient and, you know, spy undercover, you know, tactics. You know, don't think he ain't been watching Ukraine. Yeah, I'm very sorry it had happened to the Ukrainian people, But the man is very proficient, and you know, his KGB spy tactics. He can see negative stuff that's going on, but y'all live everyday lives. Y'all don't know. Y'all just waking up, going to sleep, going to work. You might have even work from home or whatever. Buying groceries, trying to live your life. Trying to be a good, person. But he over the government. Very powerful government of Moscow. So the man that dumb. You might say you hate him, but don't. Can't do that. Uh, man's very intelligent, and his ways of doing things. You never see him. He always like a ghost. Why you think that? He always like a ghost because uh, he got so much power. He don't have to be seen. When he is seen, the whole world is watching. You understand what I'm saying? So why you think he waited so long? Years upon years and years and years and years and years and years to do this. Very calculated strategy that he thought about. He probably ain't really want to do it at all. He probably said, "Oh, like F this. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'm trying to make minimal collateral damages as possible. It's just something I got to do. It's like when you have a bad apple in a barrel. It's like that one bad apple gonna spoil the whole good apples in the barrel. So whatever y'all are, good apples. It might have been one bad apple that he got note of from his, intelligence community, and that was it. Lacking communication and weeding out that person or persons. So guess what we got? A small invasion of turmoil, like chaos, But it'll be over real soon. Just get on your knees and pray, because we're on this lower plane, there's somebody up higher that control on the spiritual level, Spiritual things move quicker than carnal things, On this earth, we're just flesh, But whatever you pray for, he bound to hear you. Like you want the end, just tell all your friends to get on your knees and pray. I'm guaranteed it will end. Some of them will return. Some of them don't. So this will show you like the heart that the people got for their country. So the people that don't want to return, you gotta respect that. They think they're returning to 2022 of nothingness, But the invasion has been 14 days, Understand? But in Belarus, in the Donbass, it's been like genocide over there. Like in Rwanda, the Rwandan genocide. Like all the hundreds of thousands of people died. I was in freaking high school, man. Hell, I thought I was gonna die when it happened. Shit. Oh, excuse me. That thing affected me more than anything I ever seen in my life. See people bodies floating down the Nile River, Because Rwanda is like, I think the river is the Congo. That's a long river. They call it the Congo. And the Nile River is connected to the Congo. hope I'm right, but it might be wrong. It might be the Okaboma Delta, I don't know. But it's three of those, it's one of the three. The Okabonga Delta, the Nile, and the Congo. Now and the Congo connect. Like bodies all over the place floating in the river, And I was in high school. I was like detrimented for like months and months, Yep. So they got me. So y'all escaped a lot, Y'all got out, It's good. Got another chance, Even though it's not it's like a total annihilation of, the country. Just an invasion. Got it? It's an invasion to make a stance, for something that's been wrong by not you, the people. It's been wrong by the government. Even though the president probably don't even know what's going on himself, There can be people around him that's, that's bad people, Understand? He probably ain't even the target. But you got to make yourself the target. You got to protect yourself. I'm like neutral from where I'm from. You just can't nobody, like where we from. We don't believe in this. Let nobody come and just take you out for nothing. So you got a heart to protect yourself. I looked up to that. Like I said, I'm neutral. I'm in the middle of, I don't got no sides. I'm just speaking to the people. Public opinion on this channel, So I'm neutral. I ain't taking no sides. I'm just speaking my truth. The verbal antidote. The antidote is the serum of truth. The antidote is always what people are searching for. Serum to heal. Got it? Everybody wants the truth. When sickness comes upon them, see if they can be healed with some kind of serum. So I got the truth on. Yep. And just, don't lose your mind. Keep your mind intact. You got your lives, and, it'll pass over soon. Everything, don't last forever, It happened to you, Just a chapter, in the book of this modern age, Don't feel bad, Don't get down in the dumps. Yep. Things like that happen. Very select few countries in this world. In some countries, it never will happen, because of the power of the people, So right now, I like to say, like whatever we got for the future, just continue to keep your mind steady on that. And whoever you left behind, just pray for them, Like get on your knees and pray. And don't forget to do that. Get on your knees and pray. Because the prayer changes things, overnight. So you think you're praying to the blank slate air. No, buddy. You're praying to somebody. It's going somewhere. So you'll see. Okay. And right now, it looks like a bleak, outcome. Like certain areas, like totally messed up, But it'll fall through. you know, this one in the record book for this globe right here in this modern town. But the people, they'll bounce back. Yep. The people are always going to be stronger in mass quantities, even in the wage of war, allegedly. Mm-hmm. So, I like to say to all the people on here, thanks for coming to my channel. You don't have to come to my channel. You could have been anywhere else, Could have been, staring at the wall, saying, ain't nothing gonna ever change. But like, don't forget what I told you to do at night. They might think you foolish for doing it, but do it anyway. And y'all will be all right. Okay, so thanks for joining me. I can't pronounce all those names right there. Some very unique names. Very, very unique names up there. Very unique names. I can't really pronounce most of them, but anyway, I like to say thanks for joining the channel, and keep the faith, and y'all gonna make it. And don't hate nobody just because this happened. All right? Because you never know what happened way before this even got started. This power is way beyond what you see every day. You just go to work and, you go to dinner, lunch, breakfast, brunch, all different stuff, play tennis, swim. But all the while, you don't know what's going on in the government. You don't know what's going on. People have undercover people watching. You just don't know. You think it's something to hurt you. Actually, somebody already did something to hurt their whole country, So before you speak, think about things that you don't know about in the government, because we're just waking up in the morning trying to live our lives, All right? So not our fault that we're human, Don't ain't listen to the bull crap. Don't read all those damn books, because half of it ain't true. We get stuck in all that religious stuff, allegedly. Half of that ain't true. Just believe in your power up there for you, and he'll come to you. It's just that simple. I believe in all that jargon and stuff, So it's like this. I'm gonna leave y'all. God ain't want us to be here. He never created us. White, black, red, yellow, or whatever. We've all been duped, We've all been duped by the stroke of a pen. Mm-hmm. Yep, we've all been duped. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, we all been duped. When you turn original information into sedative information, you get nothing but fairy tales. Mm-hmm. Yep. So you thinking you one way, actually another way. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. You have to go way back and read the original text of life for whatever color you is, you know. Mm-hmm. But once upon a time, there is, you know, and still is, you know, original people. And there's things in those books, you know, was to help us all, you know. Mm-hmm. So we would split it into two at the original creation, white and black. And that's where it all began, right there. Mm-hmm. I can't stand that. Thing make a lot of noise. Excuse me, y'all. Okay, and I'm gonna let y'all go. So, say this a little bit. It was all split, white and black, and that's it. And at the essence of that, white and black, we was dupe with religion to like separate us all, you know. Yeah. Oh, they did a damn good job. Yep. I just say allegedly, you know. Did a real good job. And y'all take it from there. Mm-hmm. But all right, I have more in the future. Y'all have a good night. Like, share, and subscribe. All right, later.